is going on, everybody? It's your boy Raven, and well, I'm gonna say this: I hate beginning any podcast like this. Um, Last week we had some pretty upsetting news. Joe's mom passed away. I will be putting sorry, I spaced and forgot to put the GoFundMe link in the description below. That is still up and running, as far as I know. But I completely spaced on that. Last week, we lost Joe's mom, who was a really wonderful person who got really high praise from Joe. This week, we lost someone else, and I'm going to be sharing the screen with you because I don't even like starting like this, but it is what it is. We've lost some people this week, and I normally don't care about celebrities, but in this case, I have to make two notable exceptions. Number one, Kevin Conroy. A lot of people, some of us, myself included, know him as the voice of Batman, the definitive voice of Batman. He didn't do just Batman the Animated Series. He did movies, video games, and he did the voice of Batman and Bruce Wayne for 30 years. He's been doing this since the 90s. But he's passed away after a battle with cancer at 66. Too young. Far too young. He did Batman the Animated Series for 4 years, from 92 to 96. Continued on with the role in nearly 60 different projects. Mark Hamill played his on-screen rival, the Joker. Remember, the actor is one of his favorite people on the planet. Kevin was perfection, recalled Hamill. He was one of my favorite people on the planet, and I loved him like a brother. He truly cared for the people around him. His decency shone through everything he did. Every time I saw him or spoke with him, my spirits were elevated. Kevin was far more than just an actor, whom I had the pleasure of casting and directing. He was a dear friend for 30 plus years, whose kindness and generous spirit knew no boundaries. Added casting and dialogue director Andrea Romano. Kevin's warm heart, delightfully deep laugh, and pure love of life will be with me forever. Now, understand something. This guy went to Juilliard at 17. He was also in Cheers. He was in Matlock. He was in recurring parts in Dynasty and Tour of Duty. He was in TV before he was ever in Batman. As a matter of fact, I watched a rerun of Cheers one day, and Conroy was in the episode, and I recognized his voice as being the voice of Bruce Wayne. Like it just, I was like, that guy sounds really familiar, and then it clicked, and I was like, hey, that's Batman. Couldn't believe it. I was like, wow, that's pretty cool. So in the early 90s, he was asked to audition for Batman the Animated Series, which arrived in the wake of Tim Burton's two successful Batman films in 1989 and 1992. Conroy had done some commercial voiceover work, but never an animated series. More so, his only conception of Batman and Bruce Wayne was pegged to the 1960s Adam West series, which was completely different from the noir-tinged show the creators of the animated series were trying to develop. And as he told Esquire in 2012, as soon as the producers described his schizophrenic lifestyle, it bugged me. I thought, wait a minute, he's the Bill Gates of Gotham. He's the most eligible bachelor. Everyone knows who he is, and he puts on a cape and no one recognizes him? Come on. But what helped Conroy earn the role, and what later made his portrayal so definitive, was the rather simple choice to use different voices for Batman and Bruce Wayne. At first, his Bruce Wayne was a little too wry and charming. The producers asked him to go back and re-record a couple episodes so there wouldn't be such a significant gap with his much grittier Batman voice. As he told The Hollywood Reporter in 2017, they liked my idea of two voices, they just wanted it to be more subtle. So Batman the Animated Series was a critical hit, went on to win 3 Daytime Emmy Awards. I was a fan, I watched it. As well as an impressive Primetime Emmy for Outstanding Animated Program in 1993. The animated series technically only ran for 2 seasons between 92 and 95. though it produced a whopping 85 episodes during that span. A third season technically aired a few years later on a different network under the name The New Batman Adventures, with a slightly different aesthetic look to match an accompanying Superman series. He was also in Kevin Smith's comedy Yoga Hosers, appearing as Canadian Batman. Uh, Something else I didn't know about him. Apparently, Conroy was gay. Didn't know that, didn't care. The guy did wonderful work as Batman. He is Batman. And Kevin Conroy, rest in peace. It was good having him around. On top of that, he did the video games, the Arkham Knight video games. So when they say he did this for 30 years, it wasn't just Batman the Animated Series. It was Batman the Animated Series, the New Adventures of Batman, the Arkham Knight games, the animated movies. He did it all. He's the most prolific Batman we've had. And let me tell you something. He was posting around Halloween, having bats, these, fake bats around his, the light near his door, and commented that was Halloween at the Wayne Manor, as he put it. There's another, I'm not going to read Rolling Stone's article on this because Jesus, why Gallagher, the watermelon smashing comedian whose act turned bigoted, died dead at 76. That was the next one I was going to address, but legendary comedian Gallagher, dead at 76. And if you're not sure of who he is, this is the man who smashed watermelons on stage. He was one of the most successful prop comics, and the only one worth a damn, in my opinion. The comedian known as Gallagher, best known for smashing watermelons with a sledgehammer, has died. He was 76. He had a short health battle. His name was Leo Gallagher. Succumbed to his ailments and passed away surrounded by his family in Palm Springs, California. He previously suffered numerous heart attacks, something he and David Letterman talked about on an appearance a few years back. Gallagher became a household name in 1980 with his comedy special An Uncensored Evening, which was directed by Mike Naismith of the Monkees fame. It was the first comedy stand-up special to ever air on cable television. He went on to do 12 more for Showtime over the next 27 years. Only George Carlin has done more. He rose to fame with a clever bit he did with a handmade sledgehammer he dubbed the Sledge-O-Matic, at which the end of the bit he would smash food on stage and spray it into the audience. He was the number one comedian in America for 15 years, with some of that due to the popularity of his stand-up specials airing on MTV in its early days, bringing him an entirely new audience. Gallagher was known for his edgy style, brilliant wordplay, and inventive props. In his later years, he did a long-running Geico commercial, appeared in his first movie, The Book of Daniel, and launched a farewell tour. While Gallagher had his detractors, he was an undeniable talent and an American success story, his former manager concluded in his statement. In 2003, the comedian ran for governor of California as an independent. Gallagher said during an interview, I did it in order to get publicity. At least he was honest. In his campaign, he vowed to sing the national anthem in Spanish and to clear the Southern California freeways with the help of military helicopters. I have insults for both sides, he added. So, fuck you, Rolling Stone. After receiving nearly 5,500 votes, Gallagher finished 16th in 16th place in the state's gubernatorial recall election. Gallagher had a heart attack at a Texas bar before going on stage for a performance in April of that year. He was immediately hospitalized. Doctors put him into a medically induced coma. He previously suffered a minor heart attack after collapsing during a performance in Minnesota. So Gallagher is no longer with us. 76 years old, and Conroy at 66. That's insane. We lost two of those talents. And, I'm going to say this, if you're not familiar with Gallagher's comedy, Now's a good time. Well, not right now. Be sure to watch the stream first. But today's a good day to hop onto YouTube because you're already here. Just look up Gallagher and watch some of his stuff. It is absolutely amazing. You will not regret it. You will absolutely get a laugh. While you're at it, if you've got Batman the Animated Series or The New Adventures of Batman or any of that other stuff, well, good day to listen to Kevin Conroy's voice, huh? So anyway, two icons gone, and it's that's a sad thing. The laughter is gone. One of our heroes gone. And honestly, I like we all have our favorite movie, Batman. I myself, I love I'm a fan of the Christopher Nolan, Christian Bale Batman. I love that. I love that sort of more realistic take on Batman. I think it works a little more so than George Clooney nipple Batman. Thanks, Joel Schumacher. Schumacher really should have stuck to movies like Falling Down. That was a good movie. And then Gallagher. One of my favorite bits from Gallagher was when he came out with the new Super Sledge-O-Matic 2 with the get the hell out of the way handle. And it let him stand so far back from what he was smashing. I was like, yeah, they had to mark that on stage, y'all. There's no way you can just, completely measure that out on the fly. That's crazy. But it was funny, especially when he called it the get the hell out of the way handle and he brings it down. If you were on the first, what, 3, 4 rows of that show, you brought a tarp. I'm not kidding. There were people, they brought big tarp sheets to cover the entire row. It was like a big group effort. As soon as he brought that hammer down, they'd bring it up just to keep all that food from flying back at him. And it wasn't just food. It was cantaloupes, it was melons, so not just watermelons. And then he did a peeled watermelon. I'm not even kidding you. A peeled watermelon between two pans. I don't know what the pans were for. Oh yeah. Oh, they provided those tarps. You're kidding me. Because all I saw was like 4 rows of people with they're holding them up. They're like, oh, don't get us full of food. You bring your own raincoat. Yeah, you brought your own poncho and probably sweated your ass off during the show. But yeah, but I was sitting there like when he introduces the Sledge-O-Matic, that is one of the best openings. And this was the closing of his bit, and then he opens for the Sledge-O-Matic, which is a character in and of itself, and he tells you that fly by what was it some company, a division of a subsidiary of Fly By Night Corp, the corporation, hasn't trusted who? Me. To show who? You. The handiest and the dandiest kitchen tool on the planet. Don't you want to know what it is? And he pulls out this ring and he's like, it's not a slicer. And he has all these kitchen implements on this big ring. And he's showing it's not a slicer, it's not a dicer, it's not a cheese grater, it's not a. And my question is, do you want all this shit in your drawers? I ask you again, do you want all this shit in your drawers? And everyone's like, no. He goes, so we've condensed it down to one tool, then, and what is it? The Sledge-O-Matic. How does it work? It's very simple. You take a pie plate, you put it here. You take this apple, you put it here. You take this other pie plate, you put it on top, and then you reach back and bits of apple go flying everywhere. It's amazing. I'm serious. Like after we're done here, go watch this. Go watch these comedy specials. You're gonna spend about, I don't know, 3, 4 hours just watching. Just watch one. Just watch one. They all have their pros and cons, but they're amazing. And god damn it, he's gone. Okay, so that was Wise man to actually provide that. Yep, I was right. The first 3 to 4 rows had a row of plastic sheets. Yep. Oh yeah, same. We must be the same age because I was just a kid when I would ask who's that, and my mom would be like, "Oh, that's Gallagher." Oh, the watermelon explosions were the absolute best. I mean, watermelon just flying everywhere, and then the peeled watermelon. The peeled watermelon was just I love that. That was so good. 54. Seriously, you're 50. You're 10 years older than me. Okay, so we're not much of an age gap, but still a little bit of one. Little bit, not a big one. 10 years. 10 years goes. I'm going to say this right now. 10 years goes by like that. But take it from me. I know. What's this? I remember Herman's head. Oh my God, do I remember Herman's head? He had his sensitivity, his intellect, his lust, and his anxiety. And they were characters. So, like, whatever situation will pop up, you go into Herman's head. And now these four are having a conversation. Oh, the motorized school desk was amazing. Yeah. Uh, uh, Dream On sounds familiar, and I guarantee you that as soon as I watch it, I'm going to feel like an idiot because I'm going to be like, I should have remembered that. I really should have remembered that. Yearly Smith from The Simpsons was yes. The episode from Herman's Head that I still remember was when Herman's boss was kind of ass out and he needed a place to stay, and he was staying with all of his employees and ended up breaking their toilets and insisting on them calling him Bracco and shit like that. It was great. Yeah. Yeah. Yeardley Smith, if you don't know who she is, she's the voice of Lisa on The Simpsons. Um, Almost like Inside Out for adults. Oh, I loved Herman's Head. Herman's Head was like one of my favorite sitcoms. Like I said, I was a bit of a nerd. I didn't have much of a social life as a kid. So, nobody wanted to hang out with my ass. I was like, okay, fine. I'll go watch sitcoms. I'll have a laugh and fuck all you. That's how it was. Small towns, guys. Small towns. Oh, yeah. Let's see. Dead Like Me was my go-to. I still can't remember the name of it. There was a Fox sitcom. I want to say this was right after Kung Fu: The Legendary Journeys. It was about a nurse. Yeah, we did. As a matter of fact, I'll list some of my favorites, and they came from the TGIF lineup. Perfect Strangers, Family Matters. Everybody called it Steve Urkel because of the character. Full House. Oh, Married with Children. Who did not watch Married with Children? And if you didn't, you need to. Like, seriously, this was the anti Cosby Show because the Cosby Show was about a wholesome family who, through their trials and tribulations, all kind of came together a little more tightly. This was the exact opposite. Just the 10 of us. I should know that one. It should spark a memory, but it's not, it's like, it's right there right now, and I can't remember it. Just the 10 of us. Oh, damn. Trying to watch that. Trying to remember that's like, it's killing me right now. I can't remember it. But, let's see. Bean Baxter. He could fly with an aerosol can. Yeah, they probably canceled him due to the CFC putting holes in the ozone. Wouldn't want to do that, would we? All right, so let's see what we got. We got Alf. Yes, Alf. Alf was amazing. And I only watched that because I was into like UFOs and aliens. Still am. The Bundys are my homies for life. Hell yeah. And by the way, Christina Applegate, I just found out because I stumbled upon her Twitter and just kind of had a look. Christina Applegate is suffering from MS. I didn't know that. I was like, Kelly Bundy? Holy crap, that's crazy. Coach Bullock from Growing Pains. I do remember Growing Pains. I don't remember the coach. I do remember that Kirk Cameron, who played Mike Seaver, had a best friend named Boner, and Boner was the son of Walter Koenig, who played Pavel Chekhov in the original series of Star Trek. Had the girl from Nightmare on Elm Street. Oh, you mean Heather Langenkamp? Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much for that. I'm certain, like Christina could probably use a lot of really great energy right now, and I know Annette Funicello was also another notable, very young starlet personality who had MS. Oh God, yeah. Well, that was because Kirk Cameron went way out with his religious epiphany, and yeah, I've I've actually seen firsthand. You know, when Kirk Cameron's just acting, he's fine. When he's going off like that, it's like, whew, cringe. Okay, I will definitely check that out. Reborn. Don't know that one. I will say this in terms of other old school TV shows. So many people have come up talking about The Highwaymen. That was one of my absolute favorite shows. What was not to like? You had this guy who had an 18-wheeler, and out of that 18-wheeler would come a freaking helicopter, so he could just pull over on the side of the road, flip some switches, bang, he's got a helicopter. And then his best friend and writing partner had this car. All he had to do was detach the trailer, and it was like this really fast futuristic car that was amazing. Oh, he reborn Christian. Okay, yeah, born again. Yep. Oh gosh, that was so painful to watch that downhill slide. I was like, jeez. He played really fun characters, and he did it really well. Then he just, I don't know. It's like, come on, dude. The Hitchhiker, BJ and the Bear, War of the Worlds. I do remember the War of the Worlds TV series. I loved that TV series. That TV series actually made me go watch the old movie, which I think I have on DVD. I know I had it on video cassette. If not, I'm going to have to order it or see if Fidelity Records has it on DVD and possibly purchase it, because that was a classic. I never did get to watch BJ and the Bear. I wasn't old enough for that. The Hitchhiker, I do remember watching it. I don't remember exactly what it was about, but I do remember that. But let's see what else. Willie Ames handled his religious turning better than becoming Bible man. I couldn't tell you. I don't really know much about Willie Ames, unfortunately. Boner was a trip. Yes, he was. And the sad thing was, he was just overcome with depression, and I think he ended up committing suicide. And that's why that was sort of a downer when I found that out. Because I was always like, whatever happened to that guy? Seemed like he could do a lot. Charles in Charge. Oh, yeah, Charles in Charge. Okay, yeah. That was actually a pretty good show. Weird Science was the epitome of the 80s. Yes, it was. Holy crap, we are really just kind of like lingering in the 80s for a minute, and that's perfect because, well, let's talk about an old property. And when I say old property, I mean it's a good one too. Here's a sneak peek at D&D Dragonlance 5e's first chapter. Note the artwork already. We got that, and it's a fish. Oh boy. So, Wizards of the Coast showed off a sneak peek of D&D Dragonlance 5e, and the book's first chapter mixes fishing competitions with Dunkirk-style evacuations. So let's see what we got. So the first detailed look at Dragonlance 5e, showing off the campaign's first chapter press event on October 27th, Dragonlance Shadow of the Dragon Queen is an adventure set during the War of the Lance, so players will naturally expect to be on the front lines of battle. Its first chapter shows off what life in the nation of Solamnia was like before it faced conflict, though, and it's filled with gnome flingers and fishing competitions. Gnome flingers. Does anyone remember Wolf of Wall Street when they were doing the dwarf chucking bit? And there were people that were all up in arms about that. So in the first chapter of the adventure, this is designer F. Wesley Schneider showcasing the campaign book's first chapter. First chapter of the adventure, there's not a massive conflict. No shit. Instead, the party has a chance to mooch around the quiet fishing town of Vogler. The players have the opportunity to meet up and celebrate life of a mutual friend, get to know this quaint little town. The early campaign takes place during the Kingfisher Festival, so now see, this is making a little sense here. So players can also try their hand at carnival games or challenge Vogler's mayor to a fishing contest. Another lighthearted addition is the introduction of the Tinker Gnomes, an old-school D&D race that loves inventing and engineering. In Vogler, they've set up a rapid transportation catapult known as the Gnome Flinger. Okay, so that's what it is. There are a few elements like what to do when you've been launched, which are still being worked out. At this stage of the campaign, no one yet knows that Takesis the Dragon Queen is marching the dragon armies across the land. We spend a significant amount of time helping DMs build up Vogler as this pleasant place. And then slowly, all that starts to get threatened. This first chapter moves from its first act to its middle stages. There's more rumors, threats, and things that don't necessarily make sense. There are stories of dragon-like people, those are the Draconians, by the way, sneaking around the hinterlands of the community. Soon it becomes obvious that Vogler is the first stop for an incursion of new, largely unknown enemy forces from farther east that are sweeping towards the town. So it's up to players how they respond to the approaching threat, but Schneider shares a few tips. A big element is taking inspiration from the real-world history like Dunkirk. If you need to evacuate town, how are you going to do that? If you can find a way to safely land that gnome flinger, that might be a solid option. Schneider also revealed that other content, including the early stages of the Shadow of the Dragon Queen chapter openers, will now be 2-page spreads of large-scale battles and vistas. It's also been clarified from that rules from 1D&D won't be used in Shadow of the Dragon Queen. Thank fuck for that. Though this is one of the D&D books that will be compatible once D&D 6e is an actual in-our-hands thing. There's also a gazetteer and 3 prelude chapters that aim to introduce players to key Dragonlance lore before the story starts. Dragonlance has a lot of lore and a lot of wild stuff going on. We don't want players who are coming to this for the first time being asked if they've done their Dragonlance homework. Okay, let me stop you right there, Schneider. Let me stop you right fucking there. I cannot believe I even have to do this. And as a matter of fact, let me show you how much Dragonlance homework you're going to have to do. It's not much. As a matter of fact, I'm going to stop sharing the screen for just a minute. This is available. Print on demand. Drive-through RPG. That's how thick that book is. It's a great scan. It works. All you got to do is read this. You don't even have to play it. You don't have to run it. This is going to be a colossal threat to this new Dragonlance setting if they fuck it up. Because if they fuck it up, it's going to be compared to this. And this is for first edition AD&D. So, they're going to slaughter. Hey, you might as well pray for me too, because I pre-ordered it. Well, here's the thing. Okay, I pre-ordered it. And just to ensure there was no safety net and no way back, and I know some of you are probably going to cringe at me saying this, I gave the codes and I did this because Yodano did a lot of the homework, and he directed me in the right place. This is where Yodano directed me, and I've been I've been listening to the Dragonlance novels via Audible for quite a while now. In fact, I've put every other podcast, everything else on hold for the Dragonlance novels. No bullshit. So that's what Yodano brought me to. And hey, Joe, what's going on? Good to see you here. Hope everything's going well for you. You know what? As a matter of fact, Joe, I'll throw you a link in just a minute. We're talking about the potential murder of Dragonlance by Wizards of the Coast. Look, if you're going to give Wizards of the Coast money for anything, I want to say I might have paid like 20, maybe $30 for this, if that, on Drive Through RPG. I don't like advertising for Drive Through RPG, but there it is. You can get the PDF. Book still carries the orange spine. There you go. This is all the lore. In fact, the latest information on the world shattered by dragons and their armies, the backgrounds for the Knights of Solamnia, the Wizards of High Sorcery, Tinker Gnomes, Kender, and much more are detailed, along with their AD&D game system rules. The struggle for the fate of Krynn awaits. This is one of the most comprehensive books on that entire setting. And according to Yodano, this is the only book you need. I mean, like I said, this is for first edition advanced D&D, but guess what? Getting those books is not exactly difficult either, so. I do recommend at least getting the PDFs and looking at those. And there are plenty of oh my God, if you saw how many Dragonlance PDFs I have that I have not even touched or read yet, believe one thing, I can hold my own in a conversation with Yodano over Dragonlance. And let me tell you, that guy knows Dragonlance inside and out. He knows the artists, he knows the characters, he knows the writers, he knows that. I mean, there is no end. It's a bottomless pit of the stuff he knows. Draconians with brooms sweeping the town. Yeah, I doubt that. Not my fucking campaign. Looks intimidating if all you've ever looked at is the wiki. And as a matter of fact, I found the wiki more intimidating than what I've actually read. No bullshit. Beautiful thing is 80 to 90% off. 80 to 90% of that stuff works with any edition. That's true. Very true. Yodano is the Dragonlance man. Here's the other thing. If none of you have heard of Castles and Crusades, go to trolllord.com and get acquainted. You can download the player's guide for free, and guess what? It's more D&D than official D&D. I'm serious. You can take any 5th edition, if a setting like Arcanus or the Chronicles of Iris or the Doom That Came to Astrius or, anything. If it says for use with 5th edition or it has a 5e logo on it, you can use it for Castles and Crusades. Very simple. Not much in the way of conversion, if anything at all. Head along with the modules. It is complete. I would rather buy the old stuff than support one. Yeah, no kidding. Well, I know Yodano wanted to check it out. So Yodano apparently plays on D&D Beyond. I know he's got an account set up. So I gave him the D&D Beyond codes. I was like, here you go. I'm not going to those books have no value to me, and I still remember someone on I think it might have been on Questing Beast channel where I made a comment where I mentioned Goodman Games, when you purchase a book from them, I know in every case of mine so far, as a matter of fact, I need to check. There's one other book I need to check. I don't know if they've done that yet. If You purchase like Dungeon Crawl Classics, there's a drive-through RPG code inside. You just go redeem that code, you've got a PDF of the book. Most of these companies, most of these independents, they'll just give you a PDF with what you've purchased. Sometimes they'll just give you a fucking PDF. And this one commenter popped up with, well, WotC is going to be giving PDFs along with their stuff. So now that has been satisfied. I'm like, not when it's tied. You just handcuffed it to fucking D&D Beyond. That's the only place you can take it. No, they haven't satisfied it. Fucking idiotic. Let's see. Got that OSE for Golden Glory based on all you guys. Yeah. So I have OSE. I want the physical books. I'm not even going to lie. I have it in PDF. My problem is a lot of the times reading in PDF, I get super distracted. So, like, I'll give you an example of this versus what I was talking about before. I ordered, and it's on the way now. I ordered Hostile Solo. That was Eric Fabiashi who recommended that to me. And on the website, it says if you've ordered the print book, send us an email. So I was like, send an email. What for? And I kept reading. As it turns out, they will give you a PDF. They give you the PDF for free, and they have all these other free PDFs that you can use to boost up that game. Which I downloaded all those before I bought the print book. I bought the print book, and I sent them the emails like, is that true? You guys actually just send free PDFs? And they're like, oh yeah. And they gave me the whole list of ones I'd already bought, I'd already downloaded, and the one that I was looking for. So the author of Hostile Solo will do something like that. They're not that big, right? They're not WotC. Goodman Games will do that. They're not WotC. Fuck. Basic Fantasy, all you got to do is download all the PDFs. That's it. They don't tie it to a virtual platform from which you can be ejected. So no, that doesn't. And it looks to me like they're probably going to murder it. They're going to hollow it out and wear it as a skin suit. I hate to be so ghoulish, but let's face it. What have they done with Spelljammer? What have they done with... They better not even touch Dark Sun after this. I'm serious. They actually did Ravenloft pretty well from what I hear. But I don't know. I really need to get some old school Ravenloft. I would love to run a 2E game again, but right now I'm planning... By the way, just a couple more announcements, and then I'm gonna shift over. We're gonna get some people on. Let's see, what's this? B&M was the deal. You take a scan of your receipt to the site, and if the game company was an affiliate, they give you a code for the PDF at the company site. And we're talking bits and mortars. That's cool. That's really cool. You split for the bus? All right, Danny, take care. Have a great day. Shine on, bro. And let's see about inviting some people. So, copy that. Let's see. Here we go. Where are you at, Joe? There you are. Drop in. Boom. Drop on in here. There we go. As soon as Joe pops up, we will have him on. I'm brewing another cup of tea, so you know this is going to go a while. Even got my water here. By the end of this podcast, I'm going to need to take a piss, something fierce. There we go. All right. Just needed that. Anyway. But yeah, let's there we go. Let's add to stream. Joe, what is going on? How you holding up, man?
Hey, will be with you in a second. I'm here, but I'm fiddling with my mic or my webcam. It's not on. I think it got unplugged when I put in a new keyboard last night.
Ooh. Oh, but, new keyboard.
Yeah. No, it's a funny story. A friend of mine has sent me a work machine because I'm going to be working for him. So it's like, hey, new computer, woo. But the machine came with a keyboard and a mouse. right? So I've got that still in boxes. I'm not pulling it out because it's for work. I'll
Hmm.
set that up separately, and I will have a workstation where I go work when I'm not here tooling around. Um, but the thing is that some time ago, a friend of mine sent me a mechanical gaming keyboard that I had not taken out of the box. I had not installed because I was holding it back in case something, the unforeseen happened to my primary keyboard, right?
Right.
Well, now I've got an extra keyboard, so it's like, okay, let's swap out the older one. We'll put in the new gaming keyboard, and it's pretty neat. Um,
You know,
but
I've
that's
seen
neither
those
here nor
on
there.
eBay for like
You're
30
working because
bucks,
I
and
have
my
something you must see.
okay. Well, I was actually gonna say I've seen like mechanical gaming keyboards on eBay for something like 30 bucks, and they look really good. But I had one recommended to me by a friend, and my question was, I mean, it didn't look like it did not look like it was quiet at all. It looked like there was going to be a lot of clacking happening. It's the only reason I haven't ordered one yet.
Let's hope that I got this working because you want to see this. No, shit.
Oh, you got to go into your settings and just swap out OBS for USB uh, webcam.
No, that's the thing. It's a USB webcam. It should be working.
Well, I know that, but even with me, like if I were to go to
Ah,
my
okay.
settings, yeah, USB video device. That's what you want.
Yeah. I mean, it's not showing up, but at least that setting is now set.
There we go.
Ah, ha ha ha. Yes, look at the horror of me having just gotten up. Um, I spent a. Well, here's the thing. We're talking about good games, and we're gonna be positive in the morning.
Yeah,
I stayed up too
definitely.
late with friends playing For the King, and if you're not a video gamer, For the King is it's a JRPG, but it's strongly in the vein of old school tabletop,
Yeah.
right? And it's a multiplayer game. You can form a party of three, moving along an overland map and into dungeons. And there's a
Hmm.
lot of party management. If you truly want a classic gaming experience, you unlock the hobo class, which has good stats but no equipment, and you play three hobos on a dungeon dive.
Oh,
Because
nice.
any weapons and equipment you get style your character, so you literally live and die by what you start with. And it's like, well, what have you got? It's like you have a sharpened stick. That's what you start with before you get equipment. You have a sharpened stick and a will to use it.
That works.
But no, we're gonna start by making Wolfgar jealous on his own stream, and I understand if you throw me off to yell at me, to judge me forever.
Oh, you're killing me. You are killing me. So you got advanced and classic. Oh
I
my god,
did.
they're not that big.
They're
They
not,
are not
but
big.
they are a set of per box five little.
Oh my god. Dude, they look easy to run.
I paid out,
And you're
and you
you're like
get this particular Kickstarter carcass crawler. And in this particular issue are the Beastmaster class and Dragonborn, Mutoid, Mycelians, and Tieflings, both either as character classes, if you want to run them old school, where your classes, your races separate, so you can style your game to first ed or second ed, depending on how you like it.
oh wow.
Um, more adventuring gear, and an article about creating monsters. So it's like this expense was worth it just for this. Because I'm a guy who
Oh,
loves hacking my game to make it interesting and different.
oh yeah, definitely.
Well, because as we're talking about Dragonlance, um, it's a good opportunity to mention one of the things is I've never really been on board with the Dragonborn hate. I understand
Yeah.
it because I remember Third Ed, and I remember. Oh yeah, you also get a old school essentials catalog for their current and future releases. But
Oh, nice.
but I understand the hate because I remember Third Ed days, and I remember everyone being like, you can roleplay anything as long as you do the level adjustment, and everybody wanted to be a half dragon for the cheese, right? Because half
Mm.
dragon was strong. But I also remember I was never into Dragonlance. Okay, and frankly, I've never been into this story or setting. That's just me. Okay, but
Right,
my old
because it
man,
was like reminiscent of Tolkien to you, and you're not a Tolkien fan.
right, right. But my old man got the gold box games, the old early '90s computer games.
Hmm.
Two of which were Dragonlance aligned, right? And that was my introduction to Draconians. And even though Draconians are irrepressibly evil, because they are created by an evil ritual, I always thought the idea of playing one would be cool. Because the most famous painting of Draconians is like a group of Draconians in the woods in winter, and they're
Yeah,
clearly arguing,
yeah. Like,
right?
what do you mean we're lost?
Right.
As a
So
matter of
they're
fact, I
not
think Dano posted that one. What do you mean we're lost?
right. So they're not like stormtroopers. They're clearly intelligent beings. They've just been corrupted, right? And I can totally see that Dragonborn can just be, um, quote, renegade or I want to be good Draconians, or that the dragons of good, understanding they have to raise the game to fight back against Takesis, right? Generate quote unquote good Dragonborn or good Draconians to fight evil Draconians, right? Like that wouldn't be place in the setting at all.
Right. And this is the image we're talking about. And what do you mean we're lost? And
The thing
the
in
what was
yeah,
funny
that's the
was
one. They're clearly
yeah. And
yeah,
Margaret Weiss chimed in with, I remember when Keith painted that, he was trying to think of a title and someone said, trying to be funny, what do you mean we're lost? And Keith loved it. And these are not
yeah,
Dragonborn. These are Draconians. They are a completely different species altogether.
right. But see, that's the thing though. It's that in my brain, that's what Dragonborn look like. Dragonborn look
Yeah.
like Draconians. I don't have this cutesy animated cartoon version of a
No,
lovable
definitely
scaly.
not. No.
I
These
envision
things are fierce
Draconians.
looking. Yeah, we'll
Um,
show it. We'll show it again because it's worth showing. This is like, I mean, just look at these things. These things are fucking brutal looking. I look at that one.
well,
He's got armor on his wings.
let's think about this here for a minute. It's what 9 foot tall,
Hmm.
probably 300, 400 pounds, right? Naked, covered in scale and horn, with like we have to assume super dense muscles, right? And then you put it in chain or plate. You put it behind a shield, and for that one in the foreground, you gave it a mace for smashing folk.
Hmm.
And then it has wings that work, right?
Yeah.
This is villainous special forces.
Yeah.
Uh,
These
and
are
theoretically,
these are. If you really think about it, it was like the actual dragons themselves. And I've noticed this in the novels so far. The dragons will swoop in and just spray fire everywhere. They'll just start burning shit down. These guys go in and do surgical strikes. They do not. They don't just cause chaos. These guys go in and they hit targets. So they're
well, in
tactical.
the realm of silly, in the realm of silly, I was talking to the friend of mine who gave me this keyboard the other day, and being a pagan, I'm like, name's got power, right?
Right.
The brand for this keyboard is Red Dragon, right?
Oh my gosh.
And, and I'm like, wow, I just plugged a keyboard called the Red Dragon into my computer that I named Doctor Doom,
Oh no.
right? um, but but the reason I bring it up is because I mentioned to them that Draco Horribilis is my favorite dragon. I know other people that are like, oh, I like black dragons. Oh, I like white dragons. Oh, I like the green dragon. And it's like, yeah, that's fine. You can be wrong. But we all know that the closest and most dearest to the heart of Tiamat is the red dragon. The dragon
Yeah.
that is both superhumanly intelligent, and its aspiration is not for money, although money is nice, not for violence, not for bullying elves. The red dragon seeks power.
Mm-hmm. And on top of
If you've
that, I
ever,
know these. What I loved about what I love about the Dragonlance setting, and I've played like in Mystara and things like that. The one thing I love about the Dragonlance setting is it literally encapsulates what D&D really is: Dungeons and Dragons. That it literally puts those two things together in such a way that it really does boost and elevate the brand, if if you want to look at it that way. But when it comes to Dungeons and Dragons, it's like that's exactly what our heroes, the heroes of the Lance in the novels, that's exactly what they face. That's exactly what you face when you play this game. Now, granted, does it have to take place in the world of Kryn? No, absolutely not. But it's done in such a way that it really does reflect what the game is truly about.
well, my homebrew setting, which I have sometimes thought about making a product and putting out there in the world,
And you should.
um, is derived from, of all things, one scene from the movie The Shadow. If you've seen it with Alec Baldwin.
Yeah, I actually have it. Yeah.
Okay, me too. So you may recall there's a scene where the villain has broken into the Shadow's sanctum, right?
Yeah.
And thinks that the Shadow is still a villain,
Hmm.
right? And is like, join me, because villainous join me speech, right?
Oh yeah,
And
definitely.
and together we'll turn people into a chess game. We'll start wars. We'll spark violence. We'll take our surfeit of blood and treasure and fame and rule the world as shadow brokers behind the scenes, using our psychic prowess to manipulate people,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
And of course the shadow refuses because Shadow's a Chad. But but the
Yeah,
thing is,
Giga
though,
Chad.
is that that is my perspective on dragons. Is even if they're good dragons, they sleep for long periods, right? And they're so powerful objectively that they're aware that if two dragons fight, it's countryside destroying. It's massively bad, right?
Right.
So dragons, having an implicit culture because they're intelligent beings, have instead decided to use the lessers as influence tokens, right?
Hmm.
So good dragons support quote good nations, and if you ever wonder why your kingdom is lawful good, it's because there's a dragon behind it, right?
Right.
And the various evil dragons, of course, support their various claimants, and the reason that they never quite get ahead is because whereas the evil dragons undermine each other, each trying to be the supreme, the various good dragons cooperate honestly, right?
Right.
Uh, and then the twist on it to make it interesting is that in their eternal rebellion, the evil dragons are ostensibly individualists and
Hmm.
advocating for freedom of choice, freedom of will, right? And
Right.
the good dragons are still collectivist because they can't imagine why you wouldn't want to have a dragon overlord. Why
Hmm.
why would you take the risk of being an individual? That sounds dangerous.
Hmm. Yeah. Well, something else that's
Right.
popped up in this
Um,
article here from Wargamer. Shadow of the Dragon Queen also provides guidance on using the world's D&D races to create a character. So the Kender are going to be playable as also dwarves and elves. They say we give you all you need to play them as well as what you need to play the dwarves and elves and others in the setting. Old school Dragonlance fans may want to note that Gully dwarves don't seem to be making an appearance, and I'm like, I have to wonder why, because I mean, at least make them NPCs at some point. Speaking of pre 5e Dragonlance, Schneider gave a rough indication as to where Shadow of the Dragon Queen falls in the setting's grand timeline. There's an incredible amount of Dragonlance media, but the story of your Kryn is very much for DMs and players to define. We'll see about that. Where all of that happens is 100% up to you. We'll see about that. But were we to place that somewhere literally, this would take place before a lot of the novels and before the stories of the heroes of the Lance by several months to several years, they say. So honestly, okay. Let me put it this way. I want to take Schneider at his word. I do, but at the same time, it's like, well, I'll believe it. I'm taking the same approach I've taken to just about everything these days. Yeah, I'll believe it when I see it. It's just how it is. And
Well,
the thing is, like, Dano's going to see this before I do. I'm going to see this in less than a month. And Dano's here. Yo, Dano, what's going on? Welcome
well, the,
aboard, dude.
well, the one thing we have to take into account logically is Ravenloft's rights are a nest, and they clearly did not want to get into another slap fight with the Ravenloft owners because the Ravenloft owners got the rights back after Third Ed, right? That's
Damn.
why there wasn't a Fourth Ed Ravenloft, although there was a board game, and it's why they carved out all of the expanded lore from Third Ed that didn't fit, things like Sithicus and the like,
Yeah, and
right?
Dano's like, so anything that
Uh,
happened after the War of the Lance gets rewritten. And I'm going to say this, Dano, I have to say this, as much as you and I both loved the new novel, uh, that may be happening in the novels. As far as what happens at your table and mine, kind of fucking doubt it, believe it or not.
well,
And they decided they could just jump in at the war and then rewrite it. Dano, there's something. Bob the Builder, I think, was the one that did this particular video where it was a little conspiracy theory, but it makes a lot of sense. And that is, there was a lot to do, and I recommend going to his Vecna videos and looking at this. Vecna apparently has these obelisks that are popping all over fifth edition's landscapes to where Vecna can just literally rewrite everything. And I went, oh shit, that's oh fuck, here we go. And
well,
I'm not so much concerned about them dropping into the War of the Lance and then rewriting all of Dragonlance history. What I'm worried about is that, because that is writers opening up the gates themselves for rewriting
well,
any and everything in D&D. And I'm sorry to say, but I think Pundit might be right on this issue. As Pundit sometimes is. I think, and now we've got this news that ever since what was it, Spelljammer, now it has to go through a host of sensitivity readers.
well,
Oh,
that riffs on why I brought up Ravenloft
yeah, go
is
ahead.
the Vecna love, though I love me some Vecna, right? Is trend
Oh,
chasing for Stranger Things. We all know it.
yeah.
We
Mm-hmm.
all know that they're using it because he's got high visibility as a character, right? Uh, by that same token, uh,
Yep, I have to agree.
the,
That's
the
probably why the novels have classic.
reason out of
Joe, you're like really breaking up here, dude.
right history lost. So now and breaking up.
Yeah, you're breaking up hard, dude.
Let me. You're breaking up on my end as well.
Oh no.
Are we good?
Yeah, I think we're good now.
Is it still broken?
Nope, nope. You're coming in clear.
Okay. They tried to and yeah. Okay. For the author, it didn't work, but they need Dragonlance for its visibility, so they've got to do it right. And that's the one positive we have is that they're very concerned about their metrics. They don't want to
Mm-hmm.
screw up Dragonlance because they know if they screw up Dragonlance, they're done. They know they're done. People will be there will be a
There will
Palace
be a
revolt in the street.
backlash.
Pathfinder will win.
And it's not like Pathfinders,
Yeah.
in my opinion. Now I'm going strictly off what I've heard. I've never played Pathfinder, and I've barely looked into it, but Pathfinder isn't exactly doing that much better than D&D, because Pathfinder still has, especially in second edition, they have a lot of the same stuff that most D&D fifth edition people are complaining about, like right now. And I still remember someone trying to sell me on Pathfinder, saying, "Oh, I get to play this." I do remember they added the term "twink" in there, and I was like, "That's not a selling point for me. That's great for you. Go
Uh,
ahead, do your thing, but that does not sell me on this
well,
game." And I think what really turned me off of the game
well,
was, it's like this is like now I've got some pretty massive books, but most of them are campaign and adventure settings and dungeon crawl classics, and that's about it.
that, that's the thing. Yadano says that Margaret Weiss has told them they're no longer connected, but then follows
Yep.
up by saying the marketing for what that Watsy's done for Dragonlance so far is horrendous. Margaret Weiss rallied the troops at them the other day. That's what they
Yes,
want to
she did.
avoid. That's what they
Oh
want
yeah.
to avoid is the popularity lies with the author. Even if I don't like Dragonlance is relevant, the popularity lies with the author and the source, not with the corporate line. And they don't want to agitate the popular resistance.
As a
It is
matter of fact,
insulting.
I posted on this very thing not too long ago. I'm looking for the tweet right now, but it was, let's see, I've got so many retweets and stuff like that in here because I'm like supporting a whole. I'm up to 818 people follow me. Jeez, what's wrong with these people? Kidding, kidding. But yeah, go ahead. I'll find this I'll find this tweet that I threw out there, because it was me advising Watsy, hey, just bring on Margaret Weiss and Tracy Hickman. Avoid all this bullshit. You're gonna be fine if you just do that.
They they don't want to pay out. This is the regular corporate problem because we've seen it across different venues. Is you have the property, you have the people there, you could just hire them on, lose a little bit of the money up front, and get all the money later. And they're like, no, we want all the money all the time, everywhere, because that's good economics. We'll do it without these people. We saw it in Star Wars with the disavowing of the expanded universe. We saw it with uh, uh, other media, right? It's consistently a disrespect for canon because, well, we'll tell you what canon is, and we don't need those people. And it's like, yes, you do. Those people were the creators. They knew what they were doing. They made the material. You have the easy win in front of you. You're making it harder for yourself.
That's very true. Yeah. And wow, I must. Oh, I know it wasn't that long ago that I did that tweet, so it's got to be here somewhere. I'm, my Twitter is like a junkyard sometimes. I swear. But it was around Margaret's tweet. It might have been around one of Yodano's retweets that I found it and retweeted that.
Now, now see, as a person uninformed on Dragonlance, I have a weird question, and maybe
Yep.
Yodano has the answer. Uh, what is the relationship between Weiss Weiss and her partner, and Richard Knack.
Richard Knack. I can't
Richard
say that.
A. Knack, Knaak.
Yeah, I don't know that one.
He wrote for Dragonlance, the Legend of Huma, Kaz the Minotaur, the Land of the Minotaurs, Reavers of the Blood Sea, the Citadel, the Minotaur Wars trilogy, and the Ogre Titans trilogy between 2009 and 1988.
Let's see.
Okay. Yeah, I looked him up on Wiki because I'm a cheapskate. But here's the thing.
Once he
I
does
was
this, I know
introduced to
better.
this author. I was
His
okay,
works were separate, apparently. Okay.
Yeah, that's good. That's good to know because I fucking hate that man. Pardon my French. I was
Why?
introduced to his writing. I was introduced to his writing in the works he did for Blizzard for their Diablo series. They did Diablo novels, and they are some of the worst written novels I've ever read. That fully ignore. Actually, it's an interesting example of what we're talking about. They fully ignore the context and flavor of the setting he's working in. If we ever talk about Blizzard at great length, I always assert that from meeting their heroes, right? Because the guys at Blizzard started off as the Thunderlords, a D&D group, and they became a D&D group that made video games, right? And when they got big, they were like, "Oh, hey, let's make novels and stuff, and let's get the writers and the creators that we worked with or we loved as kids." Right?
Right.
So Christy Golden and Richard Knack and others worked on their material and treated it like D&D. They made it D&D. All of the Warcraft-related material that is made by somebody not of the original set is not of the personality of Warcraft. And all of the Diablo books are not of the personality of Diablo. And
all right, so Daniel
Knack,
says here's what happened. So here's what happened. Okay, Lorraine Williams took over. We all know how that happened. That's where TSR took its nosedive, and thought that Weiss and Hickman were too popular. She said TSR shouldn't have superstars. Then she started giving Dragonlance books to other authors because TSR owned the rights. A pretty shitty thing to do, and the whole Dragonlance Fifth Age came about because of this.
Right. And
yeah,
in
we
fact,
see how that worked out. Nice going, Williams. Thanks, Lorraine. But eventually brought it back to them. Okay, so Lorraine Williams brought it back to them. I bet it was just too little too late, though.
But that ties a nice bow on exactly what I was just talking about, right? Mm-hmm. Corporate management thinking, oh, authors and creators are interchangeable. We don't need them. We just need the IP, and we'll do whatever we want with it because these brainless schlubs will buy it.
Right.
And it's like, no, we won't.
This is what I put out on Twitter. I managed to find the there we go. I said, hot shit, okay, good news so far, Wizards D&D, do yourself a favor now, seriously. Just bring Weiss and Hickman on board now. If you have to push the date back on sending out the pre-orders, fine, but don't spelljammer it. You still have time to save this thing. And where that came from was this one from Yodano. It says, I'm impressed, fellow Dragonlance fans. It appears they have heard the ruckus from our queen. Could have avoided all this stuff if they had someone like Margaret Weiss there. Good job, Crenizens. And this was what Margaret had put out. I've been assured by the person with the Dragonlance game team that the Draconian Bronze Copper error was caught and corrected. I appreciate them reaching out to me. Yeah, and that's where it all started. So
you wouldn't have that error if you just had them on staff.
There you go. There you go. And here's the thing. I've offered, because I'm currently I think I might be like one of two people proofreading, and I'm really all I'm doing is I'm editing Cowpunchers for John Torres, the basic expert. Check out his channel, by the way. And this new Cowpunchers, they're really, there's not a lot. Maybe some punctuation, some spelling, and maybe some verbiage cleanup, and that's really about it. and I offered to to edit for Wizards. I told them, "Hey, I'll do your copy editing, and I'll do it for old school books. You send me an old school book, whenever you've got a
Yeah.
job for me, I'll just do it for that. I'm going to be the cheapest you have ever hired. I'm going to undercut those stupid freaking idiots that you have." And I'm sorry to sound like Chris Jericho here, but I'll undercut those stupid idiots you've hired who've just made the list. And they've yet to reach out to me. So they're they're apparently not as I don't think they're as cheap as they make themselves out. But let's see.
Okay.
So that's how we ended up with the Dark Souls trilogy. At the time, books were made more money for TSR than D&D, which is kind of true. The novels did.
You're breaking.
Bullshit. She even had to do that. I agree. Uh, oh yeah, Yodano contacted them as well and offered his services. They do not give a shit. No, that's true. That's sadly true. But that's why we have companies like uh, Paizo. We have Troll Lord Games. We have Frog God Games. And guess what? It just came across my email that Troll Lord and Frog God are going to be working together. And I was like, oh shit. So and the thing is, the independent market
Well,
right now, it collectively, with all these different games out there, are still doing more on that pie chart than Wizards of the Coast is. But Wizards of the Coast as a single entity is still kind of dominating the market. I don't see that lasting long, especially with their shift to digital. A lot of brick and mortar gaming stores are, you know, I've heard grumbling around a couple of mine, and I'm like, that's not good. So I'm seeing Wizards of the Coast. The only real money that these gaming stores make off Wizards of the Coast is from Magic the Gathering. They're not making much off D&D, and they're getting directives to set up D&D so prominently. And it's like I still bypass it all every time. Oh, look at this. Random House Publishing reached out to Yodano with the last novel. He gets early access to the novels. That's pretty cool. Dude, we lost Joe. I get. I guess his connection issues might have posed a real problem there. But yeah, this is. It's so frustrating because there have been times where I've listened to pundit and I've just nodded and agreed because he's right, and then there's stuff like this where he gets a little condescending and a little smug, and I'm like, oh, fuck off, But unfortunately, it looks like he. I don't want to say he's right because here's the thing: I'm not getting my money back on this. It's coming. It's coming. What, around December sometime? So once it hits my door, yeah, I'm gonna be looking into it. And guess what? If it sucks, oh, Watsy, you will have a real bitch of a time with me. I'm, I'm gonna like I'm gonna do everything I can to sway people from ever buying from you again. Yeah, pundits' messages tend to get lost with his presentation. That is true. That is very true. Sadly, but Cal, what's going on? Glad to have you aboard too. His words get a bit caustic and overshadow it. That's very true. And rather than I think also he kind of uses it to shamelessly self promote, and it's like, okay, you know what? I understand. I do. And let me tell you something. His books are pretty good, but I got to point out a glaring issue with one of his books, just one, The Invisible College. With The Invisible College, he did a video recently where he was comparing the Book of Antitheses to The Invisible College. Now, I'm going to say this: I have read the Book of Antitheses all the way through, and it's cool. It definitely has cool factor. And if you wanted to freak someone out, it's built on being edgy. That's what it's built on. I don't mind that. And then the last part of the book is, of course, an adventure where the Book of Antitheses is a sort of a MacGuffin. But the thing of it is, it's not anything I'm taking too seriously, except maybe at the table when I'm doing the adventure. That's it. You know, I agree with him. When you build a world that your players are invested in and they're all taking part and these characters take on a life of their own, the world becomes a living thing in everybody's head and you're all on that same page, that is an act of magic in and of itself. I do agree with that. But really, where he, you know, okay, so he created this book and he has all these real spells in it, but you're just rolling dice to make them happen. Well, that's any book with Vancian magic or Enochian magic or whatever it is you're using. That's fine. But again, it was like I think I cut out probably about 3/4 of the way through it because I was like, okay, I'm done. I'm done. This presentation's awful, dude. But let's see. You want to hear something funny? For all the crap people give Venger when I met him at Gamehole, he was so nice. That, you know what? Here's the thing. I've talked with him one-on-one through Twitter, and here's the thing. I've got all 3 of the Chalt books, like the physical ones. I actually bought them all in PDF beforehand. Let me tell you something. I was waiting for these to come in, and I'm not kidding you. After they got sent out, I was kind of like, yeah, they haven't hit my door yet. I wonder what's going on. And so it was Eric Fabiashi who said, hey, have you contacted him? I was like, oh, no, I haven't. I didn't think I needed to, but yeah, let's go see what's going on. So I contacted him, and he went, what? Oh, no, all the ones that were supposed to go out went out. Yours haven't arrived yet? I was like, no. And I went and did a little digging for some info that he needed, and I gave it to him. And within days, bam, they were at my door. And I've got this funny story about this. So I think I told this, but for those of you who haven't heard it, this is a funny story. So they were supposed to arrive. He told me, I think I contacted him on a Thursday. He's like, they'll be there no later than Tuesday. So here's, I think like a Monday or something like that. They did arrive early. No, it was a Friday. Friday I had to work early, so I I got everything done. I was leaving the apartment, so I'm going through that door to my right. I turn to look. It's only like 2 or 3 steps down to the door outside the building. It's not exactly a big, space. I look, and there is this white package sitting. And the thing was, I was like, wouldn't it be cool? The night before, I was like, wouldn't it be cool if they arrived tonight? And I got home, and they hadn't. I was like, oh, okay. It'd be cool, kind of cool if they arrived a little bit early. So I came in, nothing. Now, the mail usually runs late around here. So we're talking like in the afternoon. When I stepped out, it's early morning. Mail has not come yet, but I am looking down, and there are these glass little window panels that run on either side of the door. The morning sun is beaming in through them, and right there in this beam of sunlight, I kid you not, is this white package. I was like, the hell is that? So I usually do this just because I have neighbors, their stuff comes in. I usually kind of just take it up to them. It doesn't take long. So I'm like, oh, it must be for somebody around here. I go and I pick this thing up. I flip it over, and it's from Venger. And in this white package, in this beam of sunlight, I'm not even kidding you. All I heard in my head was, surprise, motherfucker. And I was like, I don't have time to bring this into the apartment. I need to get to work. I need to go now. I'm down to the wire here. So I lugged this package 2 blocks to work with me. Once I got to work, immediately opened it and was looking through the books like, oh yeah, this is amazing. And a few of my coworkers saw them and wanted to know what they were. So I told them, I was like, these are the books I've been waiting for. These are the Chalt books. And I told them the same story. It's like they were just sitting in a beam of sunlight, and it's like, and they're like, no, that's bullshit. And I'm like, no, it's totally legit. I really wish I'd taken a picture, because that picture, I just shared it. Everybody would have gotten a good laugh. But there it was, this white package with a beam of sunlight straight from the sky, and there it is, just beautiful. And normally people are getting this picture in their mind and they're hallelujah. No, for me it was surprise, motherfucker, and it was great. D&D. Oh, that the module series with AD&D rules would be absolutely phenomenal. Um, Cal says he has all three Chalk books too. Yeah, and here's the thing. Venger already knew, like Venger, I told him, yeah, I've already got the PDFs. I don't really need the PDFs. When I bought the book, when I initially made the purchase from him, but he let me pick three books, three PDFs for free. He still gave me free PDFs. So it is one of the most hilarious things I've ever seen. It's awesome, isn't it? It's great. Joe, are you finally back, dude? You keep dropping out, man. Is your connection okay? Man, it looks like we might be losing them again. I've got all three, and Chalt rocks. Yes, Chalt's good. Also, I think Eric has those books too. Oh wait, Eric, that's you. By the way, Eric actually did he did a he did a blog post where he stitched, I think it was Wretched Space and Chalt together, and it was pretty amazing. Love Chalt. And people tell me all the time, oh, or people say this all the time, oh, I'm not really a Chalt guy, if it's a little too weird for my tastes and all this other stuff. And I'm like, or some people, and then I've actually heard this, especially on like John's channel, where he said, but there are people who play DCC, and I'm sitting there going, I've got both. I love that, and here's going back to Dragonlance for just a moment. Correct, and we're still running Chalt Wretched Space. That's awesome. Those two settings go together like hand in glove, man. Gotta get yeah. Look, let me do this. Let me do you a favor here. I saw this. Okay, here we go, and it's right there on the front page, if I'm not mistaken. As a matter of fact, I'll just take you right to it. Here we go. They don't seem to have a. Actually, what I'll do is I'll post this link, copy, and we're going to go sharing screen again. Here we go. This one, yeah. Here we go. Share that. They do have a quick start bundle. All right, Dano, I will see you later. I'll see you on Twitter. All right. Take care, dude. Love you, bro. All right. So, Wretched Series. You can get the Wretched Series for free. You can get it right here. As a matter of fact, that's exactly what this link is. The quick start guides. The quick start guides are generous in their offerings. Let me tell you. I would just say, like, if you're gonna get them though, there's plenty here. Look at this. Wretched Bastards, $4.50. Wretched New Flesh is $14.50, but that's a much bigger PDF. I would recommend starting here. Wretched Bastards. Low magic, dark fantasy role playing game. Besides being deadly and bleak, it's meant to be sleazy. And let's see. The main characters aren't heroes at all. They're greedy, violent, lecherous, cruel, untrustworthy scoundrels. They will lie, backstab, betray, double cross, kill, and pillage through this grim fantasy world. They aren't heroes because there are no heroes in the kingdom of Reget. There's only a handful in the Carabas region, and not a whole lot more in the world of Antilia. In Wretched Bastards, low-budget European sword and sorcery meets spaghetti western. And then speaking of spaghetti westerns, there's also Wretched Country, Wretched Epoch, Wretchploitation, which happens to be one of my favorites, Wretched New Flesh, Wretched Space, and now Wretched Apocalypse. And we've got Wretched is the New Flesh, or Wretched is the New Flesh. Wretched is the New Black coming. I did some more work on it, and I love doing it. It's so much fun. Let's see. Only one printed. Yeah, you can get them. You can actually get those books at lulu.com. Lulu.com, they do print on demand. Uh, Exploitation is so, it looks like so much fun. Uh, I do both. I do both PDF and print. That way, if I'm running a game and I don't like want to take my books, I just make sure the tablet's charged. I can run it from there. This is one of the ways like I don't get too distracted with a PDF. But trying to sit and actually read a PDF, uh, my biggest complaint with Invisible College is the PDF. If you're gonna buy it in ebook format, buy the PDF from DriveThru. Don't buy it in Kindle. Kindle is horrible in format. You're not going to be able to read it on a Kindle Paperwhite. I'm letting you know that right now. Personally, I would rather buy that one in print because in print it makes more sense. Right now, I just have nowhere to put one. In other worlds, and their PCs, yeah. But I'm going to tell you this right now: stitching these games together is a lot of fun. And Eric actually gave me props on that. Yo, speak of the devil, and they shall appear. The Red Room is in the house, and I just got word my new copy of Wretched Spaces come in the expanded edition. I'm already loving the PDF. Not even gonna lie, it's awesome. I'm already loving it. This looks like so much fun. I need to get on creating my smuggler. Wretched Country is solid. Wretched Country and Cowpunchers, they also go together really, really well. Uh, Set phaser stuff fun. Love that. There we are. And yeah, I'm the kind of guy I love printed. I've still got space for like a few more books, especially if they're wretched verse, because I gotta say this. For an imprint that has only been in existence for about 6 months, they have unleashed this prolific string of what are we up to 30 books now? Is that what we're up to? Because I'm wondering. Oh, not today. Block that user. Hey, I've made it. I've got them advertising porn in my live streams now. Look, Corn. I've officially made it. Didn't take too long either. Wow, holy shit. Oh, like it's something like 30 books. I don't know of any other company that has 30 books under their belt um, of any stripe. I mean, they make games that are fun, and they all have roughly the same theme. So if you're familiar with Wretched Bastards, the rest of the games are going to be super easy to pick up. Basic expert rules. They look easy to run. They don't really take up a lot of space, believe it or not. You can like if you're like me, you have a bunch of those books, and I think there's only two. I think Deviants and Dirty Deeds are the only two I have that are solely PDFs because it's really all I needed them for. I literally read them the night I got them. Just flip through them, and they're really good. I think one focused on Wretched Bastards, the other one focused a little more on Wretched Epoch, which Wretched Epoch is that looks like a lot of fun. I would love to take Four Against Darkness and run it with Wretched Epoch to see how that works. Uh, but yeah, the Red Rooms books are one I would definitely check out. As a matter of fact, let me just go with my pimp hand here. And I'll take you right to the Red Rooms books. Oh, passed it. Or did I? Oh, there it is. Boom. We're just going to go on down to filter. And here we go. Right here. As a matter of fact, Cold Heart Canyon is a newer release. All bets are off. That's a newer release. That goes for a Wretched New Flesh. That one obviously gonna be Wretched Country. This one's for a Wretched Epoch, if I'm not mistaken, in Sanatorium. Very cool stuff. These are the only two that I have solely in PDF, and I mean, you're talking $4 for these two, and it's some additional stuff for Wretched Epoch and Wretched Bastards. You can't really go wrong there. Double feature: This Old House and a Sweet Serenade, $1. The Mouth of Hell is also for Wretched Epoch. This is for Wretchploitation, Orpheum Lofts, Sexual Holocaust, Resort to the Dead. Even if you're tired of zombies, that's still pretty awesome. Got Wretched Space in here, The Goat Lady, The Memorial, uh, World of Bastards, Daughters of Darkness. Okay, I don't have that's one I don't have in print yet, but I will. I will definitely be getting that one in print. I think I got the Seven Bastards. I was like, I'm going to get the Seven Bastards first, then that. Scurvy is pretty awesome if you like pirates. The Sound of Madness. I saw this and I thought the cover was hilarious. A bunch of drugged up orcs. It's awesome. Of course, Seven Bastards going after the Magnificent Seven or the Seven Samurai. Then you got Wretched Bastards, Wretched Epoch, Wretchploitation. Sisters of the Seven Sins is awesome. That one, if you're kind of into nuns, yeah. Wretched New Flesh is a lot of fun. That one is more biopunk than cyberpunk, but definitely futuristic. Wretched Country, again, solid. You can get them all right here on Big Geek Emporium, which if I recommend you buy anywhere, it's going to be Big Geek Emporium or um, Big Geek Emporium or Lulu. And yeah, Dirty Deeds printable at Lulu. Okay. I think they offer print versions of those. I think so. Who knows? Who knows? Going to be running Wretched Depravity this weekend. Wretched Depravity looked like a lot of fun. Fun one from Joe. We're talking Joe Coombs. Joe Coombs is someone whose writing I do like. I love it a lot. I think at some point I'm going to have to get Joe, Sylvia, and Miguel on here. We'll just yak about this kind of thing. My players hate the Seven Bastards. Why? I'm going to say this: the adventures seem to run a little linear, but for good reason, for very good reason, and that's what's taken me so long with Wretched is the New Black. Is that it's going to be more sandbox, but there's going to be plot hooks, and you can even make up your own. The characters are the adventurer. The characters, they're rivals to the player's PC. So there's a big discussion going on about the Seven Bastards. I kind of dig it actually. There are some days I just like I don't do the railroad versus sandbox. Which one's more fun to play? Sometimes just okay, throw in a railroad and let me try to figure out my way through it. Hey, that's what story modes in video games are for, right? That's what we do. And oh, here we go, Joe.
Hey,
Finally, you finally
my,
got your issue.
yeah,
What was the issue, dude?
my router had to get restarted.
Oh no,
Yes.
sucks.
Well, because I did the whole process. I rebooted the machine. Well, that wasn't good enough. Okay, well, I closed a bunch of stuff. Well, that wasn't good enough. Okay, I had to reboot the router, and that involves rebooting the computer again.
Yep.
Now everything's
I've learned
working,
that.
but it's With that being said, first of all, woo, Red Room. Uh,
Yes,
was it to you I mentioned the Wee Bastards?
the wee bastards.
Yes, I think the Wee Bastards would be a great, fun thing for the Wretched verse.
I know there's one I haven't even
Okay,
picked up yet. It was Furry Bastards. I haven't picked that
okay.
one up yet
I
because there's always something else I want a little more. But
I this was well before the bastards were a thing because I didn't know. I was a kid. I invented a social group for D&D because uh, I like puns,
right,
right? And because I always feel like there should be more organs of social change in D&D, and I don't mean social change in the sense of like we need to be modern values. I mean like people form guilds and associations,
right.
right? So there's basically a neo-Nazi organization in my D&D worlds called the
Oh
Wee
no!
Bastards. And what it's made up of is gnomes, halflings, and dwarves who are mad that the world is humanocentric. Why are the stairs so tall? Why are all the chairs improperly sized? Why are all the tables too tall? This is bias of the highest order, and they will not have it. So you just
So
imagine,
they're basically small supremacists.
right? They're small men with small motivations.
Small men with
And this,
small motivations. Love it.
well, because here's the thing. Here's the thing. I want you to imagine this. You're in town. You've done your adventure. You're in the titties and ale phase, right? And you're like, okay, let's bar slum, right? You do some
Right,
checks. You pass out, right? You
right.
wake up. You're tied to a wooden cross,
Oh
right?
no!
And you look down at a Smurf style forest of pointed white caps.
Oh no! Oh no!
Because you passed out in the
Oh
in
no!
the small brothel, and they've
Oh,
taken you away to a horrible place, and they're going to set you on fire for being or they're going to cut you off the kneecap so you can know their pain.
oh no! Oh, that.
That
Oh,
I think that would fit right
those.
in the
Oh,
Richard verse.
and yeah, Miguel actually agrees. He says those wee bastards sound fun,
That really does.
dude. You
I
totally
should
need to
get
write that.
I should get a wretched book, and I should learn how they do their internal lore, and I should make the wee bastards
Oh yeah, I mean, it,
just so they can have an excuse of like having a pulp era style cover with an adventurer trying to run away from a clan rally in 3 foot high.
and on top of that, dude, like this could be set in any one of those universes.
Right,
Like you could have them in Wretched New Flesh as like like their genetics weren't modified; they were just genetically predisposed to that condition,
right,
and they're facing a world where everything's for the much taller people, and they're like, "That's it, we're not fucking having this anymore," or just exploitation. Exploitation. It could be a hatred born from like what was that Wolf of Wall Street dwarf flinging or something like that.
well,
We're not going to be flung at Velcro targets anymore or some shit like that. That would be hilarious.
oh, I mean, in a
And he's
more
saying you have to write that now.
in a in a less in a less tongue in cheek world, right?
Yeah,
You can even make it like explicable by having giants. So it's like, why are these wee bastards so angry? It's like because they're tired of the centuries of giant oppression. They were formed to fight giants, and but their anger has um
just little
oh
angry fuckers.
and of course we have to give credit to the Elven Auxiliary
Oh,
because there are short elves.
oh no.
They're tall, but they wispy.
Oh no. Short elves. You have to write this now. Like, you've already put it out there. You have to write this.
Oh god!
I
Oh
will
damn it!
totally buy print and PDF of this because
Well,
it's too funny.
well, right now I'm working on
Oh,
a fiction for a sword and sorcery anthology called Fresh Blades, right? Or it's called Sword and Heroes: New Stories, Fresh Blades. Uh, but once that anthology is done, and assuming all of my life stuff works out, sure, I could be persuaded to make the Wee Bastards
Uh,
accessory, because the obvious answer is it's an adventure where you try to escape the Wee Bastards.
yeah.
But I can see including character options for playing a Wee Bastard,
Oh my
because
god.
sometimes you just, and this is what I think modern like D&D 5 doesn't get. Sometimes you just want to play people you hate. You
Yeah.
just want to mock people that you don't like by playing them. Right?
Yeah.
It's almost a Monty Python style Life of Brian joke.
Oh, oh yeah.
You have these dwarves and the one halfling sitting around, and they're like,
Uh,
okay, well, we need to plan how we're going to fight back against the tall folk,
uh,
and we need to have a meeting about having the meeting to gather to talk about how we're going to fight the tall folk, because it's time for action and motivation, and we need a message, and that message needs to be a strong message, and we need to workshop about the message. And you're just standing off to the side going, what the fuck am I looking at?
right. And then on top of that, Eric says that Furry Bastards works well with Wretched Apocalypse. That I don't doubt, because that comes off a little like After the Bomb, which was supposed to be a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle RPG, but
Palladium.
got set post apocalypse. I have that one, and that one I only have in PDF, but it looked so cool to play like a cartoon of sorts.
Hey, hey, Dillard. Um, I'm gonna hijack your channel for just a minute, Wolfgar. I'm gonna welcome.
Hijack away. I'm going to make some more tea.
Yeah. I'm a welcome Dillard Draws. Dillard Draws is a comic creator over in the indie comic sphere, and he wrote a book and he drew it. It's very amazing. I backed it. I have it. I have an original piece of art from it called The Buckler. Um, he's a complicated person. Now, I could not say he's a superhero. From the faraway mystical land of Winnipeg. And you can't back the Buckler anymore. The Buckler has run, but there will be future Buckler Kickstarters, I'm sure. I believe the next one being worked on is Bucklet. But no, people should absolutely check out the Buckler. Get into that. Because, for us nerds, comic books and games have always been cousins, hand in hand. The reason I am a giant loser is because I when I was growing up, the three things that I was into since I couldn't skateboard were heavy metal music, comic books, and tabletop RPGs.
And Cal says he's going to play Jenny D in, cosplaying in Wretched Verse. And look, okay, I'm going to say this. Like, I've checked out very, very few of Jenny D's videos. Um, you know, I'm going to say this, like, what few of her videos I've checked out because they had something I was kind of looking for, which was just information on some things. But to be honest, not a channel I'm going to check out all the time. And I don't know. It was just like one of those. Let's say, wait, you can skateboard, or you can't skateboard. I can't anymore.
Yeah, I can't at all. I'm clearly lame.
Jenny D thinks you're vulnerable to the GM. That depends. I might be inclined to agree with her, especially if it's a player who insists on X cards and things like that. Then I'm like, okay, does everybody agree? And if everybody agrees, okay, everybody write down your phobias. Go ahead, get those out. We're now playing 10 Candles.
See, my thing is, I've seen this stuff going all the way back to Formula to its very early days, because I'm in the sort of the Pacific Northwest where apparently bad ideas are born. And all I can ever remember is a conversation I had with a very young player. Okay? I was in college, and people were playing D&D 3. D&D 3 is great. And a player was saying that they had found a way to beat the GM. Just outright beat him. Couldn't defeat it. I'm like, really? And I'm coming from this position of, all this old school lore that I have inherited from my folks. I'm like, okay, how do you do it? And he's like, well, you take this character class and this character class and this character class and this character class, and you make your own plane of existence, and then you're removed from the game because the GM can't affect you on your plane, and you win. And we'll put aside for the moment that that is a absolutely toxic position to have, in the sense of actually toxic, because obviously you can win a session by being awesome, but you don't aim to win a tabletop RPG, right?
Correct.
So I said, "Oh, okay. Let's try your little theory. Does your plane have air?" And they were like, "Wait, what?" I'm like, "Does your plane have air?" And they're like, "Well, yeah, it has to have an environment amenable to your existence because you made it." I'm like, "Oh, okay, okay. So it has gravity then?" It's like, "Yeah, it has gravity." I'm like, "Okay, how much gravity?" And they're like, "What?" I'm like, "How much gravity?" It's like, Earth gravity." I'm like, "Cool. Okay, I'm your DM. You created your plane. You remove yourself from game. Your plane instantly is torn apart by the aggregate gravity of the other planes of existence and descends to the bottom of the abyss. Have a nice day." Because there are 666 planes of the abyss. That's gravity, right? And they were like, "Well, that's no good. That's not how the spell works." I'm like, "Oh, that's not how the spell works. Okay, well, the gods are aware of how this spell works and have decided that they don't like it, and so they've appealed to Primus to reach back into the halcyon pre ages of time and unmake the spell. The spell no longer works in that conjunction. If you try, you simply fail. You can't leave the primaterial plane and make more planes because the gods don't want the competition, and they don't have to play by your rules because they're gods." And the player had no easy answer for this other than to challenge me to DM for them. And everyone was like, "Okay, we're gonna play a game with Joe, and we're gonna fight the killer DM." And I wasn't even a killer DM. I'm like, what are you talking about? Okay, fine. So I ran them through a dungeon. They're like, "Well, what level do you want to be?" I'm like, "Level 1." And they're all used to starting at like level 3 or 4, and they're like, "Level 1? But we're gonna get killed by like a sneeze." I'm like, "Yeah, maybe." I was like, "Okay." So I walked them through this dungeon. It's a 1 floor dungeon, and every single door was stuck or required a check because it was heavy, right? But they had worked themselves up so with so much panic that I'm some kind of killer DM that they checked every single door, and they had been through the entire dungeon to the last door, right? And they're like,
Right.
"Okay, okay, it's a pair of double doors. We can handle this. We know what to do." So they're like, "Do we see any traps?" And they checked for traps, and I'm like, "No, there are no apparent traps." Right?
Right.
Like, okay. So they open it and they're like, "Do we see any traps?" And they're like, "Nope." Right? And they're like, "Okay." So they storm right in and step on a pressure plate, and the door slams shut behind them, and the antechamber begins to fill with water. and
Uh-oh.
they're like, "Well, we'll just push through." It's like, no, those doors are locked. The doors behind you are locked. You have a very narrow window to break out of this trap room before you die from water. And they did it, right? And it's like,
Right.
cool, the door's open, you spill out onto the floor, right into the middle of the kobold ritual, and all the kobolds are looking at you with their spears. Roll for
Uh-oh.
initiative. It's like, oh shit.
Ain't no way you're outsmarting that one.
Right.
Well, apparently, uh, let's see. She also thinks gaming is therapy, so safety tools are required to cater to people's sensitivities. That's why I said I'm not. Don't think I'll go back. I can't remember what video it was of hers I last saw. I think it might have been her playing something solo. I don't think it was Four Against Darkness though, but yeah, I could be mistaken. But yeah, she does. She does like it. The whole aesthetic is that kind of like I'm half expecting to see a live, laugh, love placard somewhere on the wall, and I could be dead on with that. I don't have those. I don't care for that kind of
Well,
stuff. It's just not
well,
my thing. But
well. I gotta ask a question real quick.
yeah,
Would you have a live, laugh, loot placard?
uh, I would have one of those placards that would be like really nicely painted. You'd have a little D20 on it,
Mm-hmm.
and it would say you can't have you can't have you can't have slaughter without laughter.
Yeah, there you go.
I would just want I would just want something a little subversive, something just antithetical to that, just because to me it's funny. But it's like if there are people I know personally who have that kind of thing in their home, they love that kind of aesthetic. That's fine. I don't really mind that. It's just like, would I want them at my gaming table? I'm not sure I would, and it's nothing personal. It's just I don't know that they could handle uh, even if I'm running like a modern day campaign. Let's just say for example, going back to what you said about comics and gaming, I do have a like an adventure setting for modern age, and it's I can't remember the name of it right off the top of my head. But it came from they literally adapted some Image comic series to this one. And I was like, oh, that's cool. And I haven't really sat down and read it yet, but I'm not certain they could handle their character getting killed from a stupid action, especially after I go, okay, you've got X, Y, and Z. Are you certain you want to do that? Okay, let me explain this one more time. Explanation. Are you sure you want to do that? Okay, roll this stat or roll that stat, and then it lowballs and they go, or something like that. It's like, nah, no way. I don't think. I don't think. She's married now. I can't wait for soccer moppers. Oh my gosh. Uh, Save or die is my safety statement for gaming. Yeah.
Well,
Uh,
well. If you missed it, Red Room said they are apparently a big fan of safety tools.
yes. A big fan of totally disregarding them. Apparently, she married a large guy
well,
about the size of Joe Manganiello. Uh,
well,
well,
well, see,
that doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me, not the least.
see. Here's my thing, and I want to be very clear about the differential in language. I am a fan of informed consent, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if I was playing a Wretchedverse game, I would look at my friends who are a little more restrictive than I am, little more shy, and go like, guys, this is a Wretchedverse game. It's going to be dirty. It's going to be greasy. There's going to be dead babies. Aware this may trigger your discomfort zones, right? But then that's
Yeah,
it. That's the answer. It's done there.
yeah. Well, that comes even from what few games I've been able to run in my time. And I learned this from other DMs. Other DMs are like, okay, so here's the setting. Here's what happens. Here's what we can expect. If anyone has a problem with that, now is the time to pack your character sheet and go, because that's not changing. That was the expectation, and of course the understanding was the DM has gone out of their way to create a setting so that and they try as much as they can, but they understand they're not going to be able to cater to everyone, and they're not going to water it down
Right.
because of one player, two player, whatever. They're going. This is the world you're going to be playing in. It's harsh. It's brutal. It doesn't give a shit about your sensibilities. If you're not willing to play in that, pack up your character sheet, go. It's fine. It's nothing personal. It doesn't make me a bad DM. It doesn't make you a bad player. It just means that you're not going to be a good fit as a player for this setting, and
Well,
that's it.
well, see, the other thing was is that there was a scene, there was an event, there was an action in a game I ran that was uh, pretty extreme. And some of the players after that scene came to me and said, "Hey Joe, thanks for game. It was really great. Could we maybe avoid this specific kind of content in this way because that was a bit much, right?" And I was
Mm-hmm.
like, "Oh, sure, yeah, we can do that." Because they
Yeah.
didn't take away my ability to do any other negativity, right? They were just
Right.
like, "Can you avoid this specific stimulus that makes us uncomfortable?" And I'm like, "You know what? That's fine. That's good. I can do that." So that's the reasonable thing. What's unreasonable, and where I get particularly angry, is not only putting power of decision making into a card, a physical object, but
Mhm.
putting the decision making power into paperwork rather than people. Well, I did my survey, my inventory of all the things I'm okay with, so you have to. It's like, look, man, I'm not going to read your kink list to make sure that I don't offend you. It's just,
Yeah. Sorry, Miss Germain. This is not her domain. The bedroom is her domain, not the table.
that that is a good question, Dillard. I have no idea how long they're going to wait before they announce the new Batman.
That's Well, in terms of movies, I heard Ben Affleck is going to be returning, but as far as the animated series and the games, no idea.
Well, no, we know who the games are going to be. They're gonna keep Nolan North more than likely.
Well, that's a good choice.
He wasn't bad, and it would keep continuity. But I also don't think we will ever necessarily find a good replacement for Kevin Conroy because I don't even though I liked his Batman, I don't think his Batman is the loss here. I think his Bruce Wayne is the loss here.
Yeah, well, the secret to his Batman was he had just a subtle change between Bruce Wayne and Batman in his voice, and
Right.
I personally loved it. I just read an article at the start of the podcast that said that he had to go back and reshoot a few episodes because the studio wanted a more subtle take because his Bruce Wayne was a little too wry, a little too charming, and they really wanted that that they wanted the change of voice to be just very subtle. And I was like, that was actually a good request, and he went and he fulfilled it. And honestly, he's still one of my favorite of the actors who have stepped into the role of Batman, whether animated, video game, or otherwise. With Christian Bale running a very very close second,
In the
mainly
well,
because I did the only thing I didn't like about Christian Bale was the like as the movies progressed, he went even more gravelly with the voice, and I was just kind of like,
yeah, yeah. In the first film, he was pretty restrained. In the subsequent films, he got more and more out there in a negative way.
yeah, I
Hence
mean,
why we make fun of it.
yeah, yeah, he did go a little more out there, but I gotta give it to Christian Bale. I think he did more, and I think he did a little better as Bruce Wayne when we saw him, like when he wasn't really in the public eye. He really was kind of tormented in some way, and he only got more so with each film. But when he was in the public eye, he was all like this guy was what I like to call the guy who flashes cash. Like he just wielded that billionaire persona and really leaned into it. And he kind of showed us a bit of a really good ability to act because he was so good at keeping Bruce Wayne the personality completely separate from the Batman persona or the tormented Bruce Wayne. Like nobody had any real idea except maybe Alfred, Lucius, those two, how really fucked up he really was.
Well, I recently had cause to watch The Batman, and
Good
um,
movie. Good movie.
well,
I liked it.
I find it a troubled film because it has a certain amount of like identity crisis because they want to be Nolan. They want to do a Nolan bat, right? But
But
they
it was,
also
it
are
was a little too
trying
seven for me.
right. They're also trying to do Seven, but then the thing is that then their Bruce Wayne. I get he's a younger Bruce Wayne. That this is a Bruce Wayne still hit with the suffering of his parents passing, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he just lacked. I know lots of people were like, we wanted to see more Bruce Wayne. We liked his Bruce Wayne. I think his Bruce Wayne lacked the uh affability,
It
right?
did. He
You
stayed.
know,
He was a more reclusive Bruce Wayne.
yeah, that's
Like
closer
he did not find that balance between him and Batman at all, or
yeah,
he didn't display it rather.
there are stories of Batman where they try to hinge at the idea that he's really a deranged weirdo living in a cave, and it's like I get it, and I like the idea of Batman as Dracula, where he's a presence and everybody's actually like afraid to go down dark alleyways because Batman might be there. But
Yeah,
his daylight persona needs to be really positive to create that contrast. If
yeah,
there's so little difference between Bruce Wayne and Batman in their daily living that you could tell who's Batman, it's like what's the point of having a secret identity at that point?
I like what Sylvia had to say. She said Bale played Batman and Bateman. So he was trying to play a more affable version of Patrick Bateman as Bruce Wayne, which showed on Bruce Wayne and Batman, and it's like,
So
yeah,
so
yeah,
so what we need
gotta admit
what we
that.
need is a Bruce Wayne scene where he whips out the Batman credit card from Batman and Robin, and it's Bone, and has
He introduces it, uh, bone with cerulean type of border. My God, it even has a microchip. He just goes into that whole unnerved,
hey,
explanation of what it is.
hey, look, I'm apparently fronting for the Red Room today. Is there a wretched superhero book?
That's a really good one. Wretched superheroes. I don't think there is, at least not yet.
Well, well, because the obvious answer is you make a superhero game in the Wretched verse that hinges on literally playing a Patrick Bateman or a Punisher or a an extremist superhero type.
You know what? That's a good point because if we're comparing Batman to Punisher, let's see, not yet, but it is planned, of course. Thank goodness for that.
Woo!
Because that's going to be something. I'll say this right now. Um, Playing the Marvel superheroes game, oddly enough, as much as I am an X Men and Wolverine kind of fan, X Force, we're talking like the '90s X Force where Cable was leading and Strife was the big bad. As as much as I'm a fan of like those comics and the Punisher, I never took an interest in playing like the Marvel superheroes game. This will be the, let's see, Wretched Vigilance. Oh shit, that would be awesome. And the idea is they will have to play vigilantes more than heroes, and that's where I'm going. That's exactly where I'm going. Like Miguel just like fucking honed in on that. Um, I never got the never had the opportunity. As a matter of fact, I think RPGs probably would have gone down a lot smoother if I was like, oh, I'm not playing D&D, I'm playing Marvel superheroes. So there's a difference here. But I never really got interested in that. Even now, I never got interested in it. But I'm going to say this: once that Wretched Vigilantes game drops, it will be my first superhero game because that's exactly the kind of content I was looking for. Because with Captain America and the Avengers, or even the DC universe, it always kind of felt like I'd be playing a Boy Scout and I wouldn't be able to explore any of the stuff like now the CW Flash explored, or even the former series with John Wesley Shipp in the lead, which I have. Corny as it was, cheesy as it could be, because it came right on the heels of Tim Burton's Batman. those That's the kind of stuff I really thought about exploring. I would love to see what Michael Bay or J.J. Abrams would do with Batman, or perhaps they should just give it back to Schumacher. I'm over the grit for a while. Michael Bay, explosions. J.J. Abrams, lens flares. Um,
Lynn explosions.
Schumacher. Schumacher's had his run, in my opinion. And in my opinion, Joel Schumacher's one of his best films was Falling Down. Of
Uh,
course, I mentioned that earlier too.
uh, give me a second because I actually believe I have a different because I don't think people realize it's one of his films.
Yeah.
Yeah, 8 millimeter.
Oh yeah.
8 millimeter is a
Holy
Schumacher film.
shit, that was dark, dude. And I can't tell you how many times I've watched that movie. And
I
Nick
watched it
Cage
enough.
was
My
the
parents were
top
starting to
form
be
in that movie.
concerned. I watched it enough. My parents were like, show. Are you okay? I'm like, yeah, it's just a really good movie.
Yeah, it is. It's a great movie, but wow, that was one dark ass movie. Oh, and like you could see at the end of the movie,
But
Nick Cage's character was not the same. He'd seen way too much in way
oh
too
yeah,
short
no,
a period of time.
he was damaged,
Totally.
and even at the end, but even at the end of that damage, there was redemption. That's the positive takeaway from that horrible film. Um, the thing is that one of the problems we're having in the comic space relative to tabletop RPGs, oddly enough,
Hmm.
is the big budget success has led to big budget pasteurization,
Yep.
right? So the farther back you go, depending on the company you read, the more nuanced the stories get. Um, we're talking about vigilantes and the potential of a wretched vigilante book. One of my favorite scenes in comics is from the Batman Punisher crossover. Right, there were crossovers in the mid '80s. Or mid '90s. One was John Paul Valley during the Nightfall era. That's kind of shit because John Paul Valley was not a very good Batman. That's Batman in the first power armor, looking very '80s, right? The
Right.
other one was after Bruce Wayne came back into the bat suit, and both stories concern a Punisher villain called Jigsaw getting loose in Gotham and trying to build a power base for crime, right? Um,
Yeah.
and at one point, Batman and the Punisher end up chasing each other's opposing villain. So Batman's chasing down Jigsaw, and Jigsaw is basically just a thug. He's just a murderous psychopath. The Bat's got him handily handled, right? But Frank is chasing down the Joker, right? And he's been shot. He's horribly wounded. He's just getting the crap kicked out of him. But it's Frank. He doesn't stop, right?
Yeah.
And at one point, as the Joker hits the street, he's in an alley. He steps on a banana peel and falls down. And he's like, "Oh my god, this is so cliche. How could this be the thing that undoes me?" Right? And Frank catches up, and the Joker looks at him with that innocent Joker face and goes, "You know, really, I'm just sick. I'm sure with aid and time, I could be a contributing member of society." And Frank puts the muzzle of his gun right in the Joker's eye socket and says, "I have all the cure you need." And the Joker looks at him and says, You're really gonna do it." Right?
Yeah.
Just the horrified realization that there are heroes out there who will just end him and do not care about his BS. And of course, Batman shows up at the last minute to save him, to beat up Frank. But he says, "Joker, run for your life," because
Get out of
because
here.
Batman knows what's going to happen.
Yeah. And that
And
was like one of
after
the points I wanted to bring up was like with Frank, he is this guy will stop at nothing. He will perform acts of extortion, straight up murder, um, assault. He'll do all that kind of stuff. Batman has a line at which he'll stop, and
right,
that was something that it's not that Batman won't kill. It's Batman won't murder. That's what separates Castle and Wayne apart. And it was even shown in the Nolan Batman films where Ra's al Ghul, we didn't know it was him at the time, tells him compassion is something your enemy won't share, and he says that's why it's so important. You know,
right.
he's like, I'm not an executioner. I'm not going to kill this guy. This guy should be tried for murder, not just summarily, arbitrarily killed on the spot. That doesn't make any sense. And the crossover between RPGs and comic books that I was trying to think of, I actually pulled it out. It was this one, World of Lazarus. What sold me on it was dystopian near future setting for modern age. This was based on Image Comics' critically acclaimed Lazarus series by Greg Rucka and Michael Lark. World of Lazarus is the first campaign setting designed for modern age, and it requires the modern age basic rulebook for use, which I've got. This was one of those books I picked up on their Labor Day sale, and not advertising for Green Ronin. I'm just saying modern age is a good it's a good setting. It's a good set of rules to play in the modern age. Cipher System's another one if you wanted to avoid Green Ronin altogether. But this is let's see this one. Give me a massive budget Batman with a blue and gray suit and gadgets galore. I want to see Batman use his Batmobile to jump Gotham Bridge onto a passing hijacked plane, lens flare, and nipple galore. Well, then why not get Justin Lin to do that one? Because that would work. Justin Lin, if you watch his Fast and Furious movies, they just get bigger and bigger and bigger and more retardedly bigger with every single subsequent film. And at one point, I think the character Roman even he's talking to Ludacris and another girl, and he's like, "You ever notice we get in all these colossal adventures and look at us, not a scratch." And I'm like, "Oh, meta moment."
Would that be Too Bat, Too Furious?
The Bat and the Furious.
Yeah, there you go. You make a chase story with the Batmobile where Batman has to chase a bad guy, and the entire bit is a extended car chase through Gotham City.
With Vin Diesel playing Batman Bruce Wayne.
I mean, don't offer me a good time. I'm one of those people that's like, I like Vin Diesel as an actor. So.
I'm in the same boat. I'm not gonna lie. Bald head, deep voice. I just don't have the muscles that he does. I actually saw the. I was on YouTube, and the only reason I saw this was because I didn't go back like I normally do and look at my recommended feed. But this came up. It was Vin Diesel playing a game of D&D with Matt Mercer and some other voice actors.
I know the bit.
And you could just see like when he's presented with an option that he just doesn't care for, that comes out, and I'm like, oh my god, why is he not DMing?
I have absolutely always said that on my bucket list is playing D&D with Vin Diesel since Dio died. But I just had a brain thought, like a strike of lightning. I've never liked the character of Hush. Right. But Vin Diesel could pull it off. You take that bald head, you wrap him up in bandages, and you have him speak real low on the camera, and it's like you dig into his personal vendetta against Bruce Wayne.
That would actually work.
I've got a thing with my mic. Okay, that's better.
Just to show this off, because this is this is going to be so wild, and this is not even all of them, but I think it's a good cross section of them. 6 months. This is what they've churned out, the Red Room. I know, right?
Showing up WotC with their once every 3 years tomes that aren't worth playing.
Right? Starting with, and this is the original, this is Wretched Bastards 1E right here. Not exactly going to take up a ton of space on your shelf, but it's all the little adventures that they got here. Like I said, the Seven Bastards is actually a thicker book. Now, the new Wretched Bastards, I can't wait to get my hands on that one. But got Seven Bastards there, Sound of Madness, and one of my favorites, probably one of the most controversial. Someone watched Wicked City, guaranteed.
Well, I'm a fan of Freak Legion, if you remember that book.
I do not remember Legion.
Back in the day, in the Werewolf the Apocalypse days, there were the various books, including Book of the Worm, right? And a book that was released under the Black Dog license because they didn't want to associate it with the main brand was Freak Legion, the Book of Fomoroy, the book of worm minions, and it was all body horror and absolutely vile implications. The opening comic involves a man who literally vomits maggots that eat people to death because he's so full of anger.
Jeez.
It's great. It's great, slimy, subversive fun. Because that was my youth. I was born in '82, right? But I started to be like a person. When you transition from kid to person, right?
Right.
Right
Yeah.
in that age of the big explosion of early '90s indie comics. See ya, Dillard.
Hey, Dylan.
And I got seriously into early '90s horror comics. Black and white, gory, not something that your mother would normally want you to read, although my mom was cool with it. And indeed, that's my area of preference when it comes to. I'd rather hire insensitive readers.
Insensitivity readers, yeah. Insensitive readers and
Insensitivity
writers
readers.
work fast. They do. And Miguel says I'm the hardest working man in the business. I think you're.
Hardest
I
working man in
think
the
you.
business.
Yeah, I don't doubt that in the least. It shows. It definitely
But
does.
my area of favor in Marvel and DC, and my big one was Dark Horse because Dark Horse had Predator comics. Has always been the supernatural subset, which is like its own subgenre in superhero comics, right?
Yeah.
So Ghost Rider, Morbius, Blade, right? Literally, I liked these things before they were cool.
Yep. I think Morbius taught me about what a goth look actually kind of resembled at that time. Which I think by the time I got into Morbius, he was in like this motorcycle suit,
right.
like decked out leather, and looked really awesome. And then the version of it from the '70s, I did not like that big collar and the super pointy ears. I just did not care for that.
Well, anyone who's a Morbius reader who buys the corporate line says that Morbius's nemesis is a guy named Stroud, right? Stroud, who was a mercenary that he killed and accidentally brought back as a vampire, right?
Right.
That's not true. No, I know who Morbius's nemesis is, because Morbius's nemesis only appears in 2 books, right? And it's a dude called the Basilisk.
Yes, I remember the Basilisk.
I have the book.
That what was it? Morbius #5, I think. That was where the Basilisk made his first '90s appearance.
Yeah,
and he was just this scumbag of a guy who got a hold of one of the Darkhold pages, did a ritual surrounding that, and then the Basilisk just.
Well, he was a serial killer who was like getting into his dotage. He was getting too old to kill people, right? So he did the ritual with the page of the Darkhold because the Darkhold was on the loose, right?
Yeah.
Committed suicide, and the Basilisk emerged from his body. It's the manifestation of his psychic will, described as psychic sewage in book, perpetuating itself with murder, and its weakness is its own reflection, just like the Basilisk of mythology. Because if it is aware that it's a fake, then it ceases to exist, right?
Yeah.
And there's this great, like really great art. There's this great scene where Morbius, who's currently being influenced by demonic energy and doesn't know it, right, has discovered he has kind of psychic domination powers, right? And the Basilisk has a paralytic stare. And when the two use their powers against one another, they basically are stuck in a feedback loop and
they cancel
experience one another's minds. Right. So the Basilisk experiences
I still remember
Morbius's...
the title of that. I still remember the title of that comic was "Here There Be Dragons."
Right, and the follow-up issue is Tooth and Claw, because
yes,
because that's the thing. Yes. That's the thing. The cool scene in that follow-up comic is they're fighting across the city, and they smash into a goth club that used to be a church, right? And while they're fighting it out, the Basilisk is straight up, albeit in '90s comics code cleaned up so you can't see it. Basilisk is just killing people in the middle of the club while Morbius is trying to stop him, and it's great because you're watching a vampire and a lizard man. Yes, one of the best stories in Marvel Comics. When they
Yeah,
talk about the new video game and they go, "That's the Midnight Suns," like, no, that's emo Avengers. The Midnight
pretty much. Yeah,
Suns is an entirely different thing.
yeah.
Iron Man is not a Midnight Sun.
No,
Wolverine is not a Midnight Sun.
nope.
Fuck you.
The coolest thing about it though was like it's like it really centered not
oh,
so much around
oh,
Morbius, but it
oh,
centered around the Darkhold comic.
oh,
That's what pulled them all
dude,
together.
dude, dude. They make the Wretched Vigilante book, right?
Right.
You and me, pencil it in somewhere. We'll make an adventure supplement for it called Wretched Sons, which is our send up.
Oh,
It's our send up
yeah.
of Midnight Suns
Oh,
as
yeah.
wretched characters.
And the thing is, like, we can actually bring Lilith into it because Lilith herself it, Lilith is
Is a
supposedly like a
biblical figure,
demonic entity. So Lilith can still take
right?
center stage for influencing the bringing
Oh
together
yeah,
of the pages of the Darkhold. It could, and that could easily be a modern setting. Easily,
right.
just
Well,
ignore
if you do
all
it right, you
the
could.
current year shit, and yeah, you got a
Oh, I
great.
mean, you do the base right, you can put it across any wretched book. So you could have wretched sons fighting demons in the Dark Ages. You could have wretched sons fighting demons in a film noir era, or in a Twin Peaks style setting, or you could have the wretched sons fighting demons in a prison for Wretched is the New Black,
I actually kind of gave that some thought, and
yeah.
also there's a sort of an element that tentatively or tenuously kind of ties all the all the timelines in the Wretched verse together, and that's the Apostles of Pain, and
Are
and
those
on top of that, the Beyond.
are those basically Cenobites? Because I don't know.
They are basically Cenobites. Yes,
Nice.
they are basically Cenobites. And
Well,
that would be something else fun to explore. You know, you've got Lilith and the Apostles of Pain all kind of coming together to ensure that this ancient text, little by little, is brought together in the modern day to unleash the hordes because maybe they're under some kind of
well,
restraint. I know the Pyramid of Pain is like the lament configuration analog, and the Pyramid of Pain could also take
hey,
stage. We're sitting here just giving away ideas, aren't we?
hey, hey, it's early yet. It's early
It's
yet.
early.
If somebody convinces me, I could maybe make my Morkborg accessory not a Morkborg accessory, and make it a wretched accessory, and then you'd be adding to the overall lore the uh the Cenobites of the Corroded Chalice.
And
Because who
I've
doesn't
said
want an
this,
evil Knights Templar seeking to foment the end of the world to save it?
and then we have Wretched Apocalypse, which is sort of like what happens when their influence grows to such a point that and not to railroad, but it's just an interesting plot hook to put together. With that one recently released, that one could easily be what happens after. I mean, the big nuke fight and everything by itself is pretty cool. The collapse of civilization is pretty cool. But what happens if it were influenced by Lilith, the Apostles of Pain, the Pyramid of Pain, and their texts that needed to come together? Like
Right.
maybe the heroes were just a little too late, too little, too late to stop it, or maybe what they did only delayed the inevitable. Something like that. That would be kind of
Well, let's
kind of
talk
really interesting.
let's talk crazy for people who are listening in who make Kickstarters. Um, the thing is, if you want to talk about merch, you want to talk about swag, because people will buy swag,
Oh yeah,
right? Uh, I would absolutely buy a Wretched Verse tome if it came with a in-setting comic book, right? So like
that
you,
could be really
so,
cool.
so like you do a Kickstarter or an Indiegogo for a Wretched Sons game accessory, occult role playing in the Wretched universe, right? And then if people shell out more, you get a black and white, multiple page Wretched Sons comic book in the style of like an '80s comic book with all the gore and the swearing included.
Right. Yeah. No, that could be pretty cool. That'd be a pretty
Yeah.
cool idea. But one of the things, like I don't know, man. It's something about that Midnight Suns
Miguel, give us a
crossover.
job.
But here's something that was interesting. Now, Midnight Suns, in my opinion, one of the absolute best and darkest of the '90s era Marvel. In my opinion, only slightly better than that was the Executioner song storyline. That one pulled all the X books
Oh
together,
yeah.
and and I was probably like, I don't know, 14, 13 or 14 at the time. I'm reading this, and I didn't really understand. Like, I was more invested in the action of it, but now that I look at it, the content was so dark and so heavy that I was like, that's a hell of a thing to lay on a 13 or 14-year-old kid. And it was Cable and Strife, their final battle. I don't know why they still don't. Marvel just will not bring this character back. Strife was an awesome villain. In my opinion, he was better than Magneto because this guy was a soulless, conscienceless killer. This guy was fucking evil, like through and through, and evil because he
Well,
was bored. And he was Cable's exact opposite. So if you want to make Cable really super interesting again, bring back fucking Strife, because here they are in their final battle on the moon. Every one of, like, Strife's entire plan has come to fruition. No one has stopped shit. He's got it, and he's in the final stages of it. Cable finally gets out of his fucking space station to take this dude on, and it's because Cable's got his parents held hostage. And so now, at the culmination of it, spoilers, I'm not going to apologize for that, because guess what?
for
You've had
what,
30
30
plus years
year
to
old
read
book,
this
yeah.
one. Yeah, you've had 30 plus years. Now you're going to go back and read it, because I say you should, because it's awesome. So here's Cable and Strife. Strife is kicking the living dog shit out of Cable. He has half Cable's flesh just torn off, and he's calling him Half Life. He's just,
Hey, real
at the
quick,
time, we didn't know that
real,
Cable was slowly being taken over by a techno organic virus. That's what he used his psychic
real,
powers to contain.
real quick. Sylvia says we're crazier than they are.
Yes, we are. We're crazy and we love it. Just wait till you see the crazy man. It's coming. But anyway, like, he is just being torn apart, and now he somehow, like, digs deep, finds that resolve, and now he is just duking it out with Strife, and they're standing on top of Strife's bomb.
Right.
If this thing gets detonated, it sucks in anything around it. And Scott and Jean are free naturally, and Scott's got the detonator, and Cable is screaming at him to blow it. He is going to hold Strife right
Right.
there. He is going to hockey style beat the shit out of this guy, just to make sure he's distracted just long enough for this thing to go off. And he is begging and pleading and screaming at Scott to blow this bomb. You've got to think about this for a second. These are two parents watching their son, all the best parts of their son, all the worst parts of their son, battling each other, and the best part saying, fucking do it. Kill me. Get this over with. And Scott's like, I can't. And he battles with himself over this before finally agreeing to hit the button, blow this thing. And you see them going down in this fiery vortex, just beating the shit out of each other. And I'm like, now years later, 30 years later, I'm like, oh, holy shit, that could be an allegory for, like, watching your kid uh, battle addiction or battle just about anything else in their life. That's heavy
Well,
shit to lay on, like, a 13 or 14-year-old.
well,
Thank
let's.
goodness I didn't realize it until now, because that probably would have fucked me up if I'd known what I was reading then.
Well, I think in media in general. One of the biggest things that has harmed creativity is LOL random, right? The idea that we're going to be nostalgic and positive and throwback, not because we love those things and we're going to treat them with respect and dignity, right? But happiness and silliness for the sake of happiness and silliness because oh wow, that's so Raven, right?
Yeah.
Um and the reason I say this is the problem is because when we look at comics like X-Men, right? You have to compare the differentiation for how they approach storytelling, right? Executioner's song, not something I followed. I'm not actually the biggest fan of Stripe. I always thought he looked kind of silly, but much like Weapon X
Oh,
era from
the look
that
was
time
the
period,
look was absolutely
you
silly. I mean, no one's going to wear a helmet like that, but still bring Strife
right.
back because he was a threat.
But but the thing is that at that time everything was a deep, multi-layered story with lots of intimations of something going on that you didn't know, and you had to follow every book. So I get it. Not being into Strife isn't like an invalidation of the story, right?
Hmm.
Um, and the character was really good, and the context of the threat was such that it made Cyclops, who's frankly a shit character, right, halfway interesting, right? But
Yeah,
then you look at the modern writing, and not only is everyone a snarky jokester, right? Because everyone must be Robert Downey Jr. now. But okay, what's the nature of our story? Well, what if Cyclops was right all along? Right about what? Right about everything. Well, how? Well, now he's a mutant supremacist and he's working with Magneto because Charles Xavier was a liar. And everything he's going to do is going to work out correctly because Cyclops has the well meaning of the mutant species at heart. That's not a story, that's a positionality, and it's not even a very good position because it runs counter to all of the evidence from all of the stories that you told previously, where when you're given the choice between the bad boy Wolverine and the straight laced Cyclops, you pick Wolverine.
yeah, yeah. Now,
Especially because I've always argued to people the idea that these are classic tropes, right? Cyclops is the quarterback. Jean Grey, sorry, is the cheerleader. She's the head
cheerleader.
cheerleader, right? And that's why she wants Wolverine, because Wolverine's the bad boy she can't have. You have sex with Wolverine, you marry Cyclops. Then that's how it
Right.
go. Um, Same reason why Joey Q can burn on the fires of hell. Because when he's like, well, Mary Jane and Peter Parker could never work because that just never worked, and nobody wants Spider-Man to get married. He should just be banging hot chicks and sleeping around with the black cat. It's like you don't understand your readers at all because your readers who grew up with those characters, we want nice things to happen to Peter Parker. We want him to marry the supermodel. We want him to have the gainful family because those are the things that we wanted that we didn't have when we were kids.
Well, look at this. Like the with the Executioner song storyline, they came with trading cards.
Right. I have one
Right.
somewhere.
I'm gonna give everyone the text of Jean Grey and Cyclops and Strife because
Okay.
this will show you exactly the kind of mental state that Strife was in. And keep in mind, Strife was a clone of Cable who became so powerful that he literally got bored and turned evil because he got
Wait,
bored.
give me a second. Um, Jacketh 71 is saying that he's been asking for 3 months now for a superhero game because street level vigilantes work with the Wretched verse. He thinks the boys would fit in the Wretched verse, which it would.
Yeah.
And Red Room says, yes, it does. Actually, it was the first thing I ever thought, but we went with ahead with fantasy and other things got in the way. You almost
Still
have
in the
to.
works.
You almost have to. You have to start with a fantasy game as standard to establish your baseline, and then
Yep.
you diversify.
That's the
Um,
establisher right there.
yeah.
But here's where it goes. Check this out. So just
Okay.
going on Jean Grey and Cyclops here, he said, if my plans continue apace, I will have had the opportunity to face you, to speak with you, to wipe a tear from your eye. All the things that you never had the opportunity to do. I hate you both for that, for denying that which you owed me, that which that which every generation owes the next, a chance to love, learn, to grow from the wisdom of its forerunners. But I learned a completely different set of lessons without either of you. Mother and father of the mutant destiny. Tonight, the child of tomorrow's hate will destroy you both. And I will make you both proud because I've learned my lessons well. And you will see to it, and you will see that no one hates you both more than I. And then in his card, he says, the final move, white king against black king. Yet here, nothing but gray reigns supreme, shades of gray, of uncertainty, uh, insecurity, confusion, anger, love, and hate. Shades of me, shades of you, shades of them. Let the final moves be made. Let time determine the righteousness of my path. I did it for only two reasons. I did it because I hate you all, and I did it ultimately because I hate myself. Tomorrow, I will know if I was right or wrong. Does that not sound really, really familiar these days?
Oh yeah.
I
Um.
mean, that I'm reading that and I'm thinking, I don't think those two cards' texts were meant to be instruction manuals.
Well, the thing is like the the Age of Apocalypse spawned so many good stories, and not even all the big ones. Everyone remembers the big ones, right?
Mm-hmm.
But there was a subplot that I read in the mid '90s. I have several of the books for it. Uh, I love what Age of Apocalypse did to Beast, and I hate what they've done to Beast since, right? Because it's revealed that in the same way that Nate Gray, the X-Man, escaped the Age of Apocalypse future to this reality, right? Uh,
Mm-hmm.
he was followed by a character called McCoy, who is Beast. But it's what if Beast was evil? So it's Beast with a beard,
Right.
right? Uh, and what he does is rather than reveal himself like an idiot, because so many people do that, they just reveal themselves like, "Oh, haha, I'm here, I'm evil." He surreptitiously insinuates himself into Beast's life by tracking down his friends and family, learning all he could, and then killing them. Right? So he's
Right.
literally been killing everyone that is related to Beast, and he's been genetically altering his body to look more like Beast in our setting, to the extent that when he finally feels up to it and he hunts down his parents and he meets Beast's actual parents, he's horrified to discover I can't kill them. Right? So he leaves them to live because they're his parents. He can't kill his parents. But as he's
Right.
driving away, he's like, just because I can't kill them doesn't mean someone doesn't have to die. And he literally decapitates a guy from the side of a car with an axe just
Gee.
because he has the compulsion to murder someone to feel like he did the job right. Right?
Fuck.
And when Beast tracks down his doppelganger, realizes that his doppelganger has been fucking with him the entire time, right? Uh, he fights him, is beaten up, captured, and is locked behind a stone wall, Cask of Amontillado style, just in case Dark Beast needs to check in with him to ask him some questions later. It's just,
Oh shit.
right? And the thing is, they introduced this interesting character. They ran with it. It was part of the Onslaught storyline,
Yeah.
right? And then
Mm-hmm.
they quietly kick it under the bus. He's now yet again stuck schlepping for Mister Sinister, working in the Savage Land where nobody cares and no one goes. Because the Savage Land is the clearinghouse for characters too good to die but not interesting enough to run their own books.
Yeah. And Miguel says, we never take that long to do stuff, so Vigilantes will be released soonish. The horror dark fantasy is probably the next one, though. Hey, dude, I'm good with whatever you release, man, because whatever you release is pretty much, in my opinion, it's right now it's wildly underrated, and I'm thinking it. it's gonna find its audience like sooner rather than later, and it's gonna go. I think it's
I,
Wretched versus awesome. I think Joe Coombs gave that exploitation guidelines for vigilantes. Yeah, yeah.
uh,
Joe does some pretty good work. I've seen a lot of evidence of his work, and it's really good stuff. And that fantasy was the start for tabletop role playing games after wargaming, which is true, very true. And now we're getting into modern day and comic books. We're getting into just about everything right now. I could tell you that there's something like the Weaving Spiders didn't even know this until I revealed it uh, on their Devil's Night podcast. I think it was. It was like the night before Halloween, where we were talking, and I showed them the Dark Crystal and Labyrinth RPGs, and they're like, "Oh, when do we play that?" And I'm like, "Yeah, that's one of those games I got because I love that." And Eric says, "Yes, we need more dark fantasy and horror." I tend to
well,
agree. Horror is it's a hard thing to do, but my like when I've run 10 candles, I didn't let any of the players see them. That was the trick. You don't let them see them.
well, in a, I don't remember what the book was. I once read a description of horror as implication, right? And it said, okay, so you have a room, this perfectly normal room. There's a couch, there's chairs, there's fine fittings, everything is normal, and yet there's a pool of blood. And if you look under the couch, there's several human teeth, right?
Yeah,
And it's like there's no reason for that to be there, but there's the intimation something has happened, something wrong, unnatural, right? And that's how you build that tension. Um, Also, if we want to take a call back to way almost an hour ago now, almost 2 hours ago now. Jesus, we were talking about D&D Beyond. I do in fact have a D&D Beyond story about how D&D Beyond hurts players.
yeah. Before you go on with
Yeah,
that, let
yeah.
me
Let's
put this
we
in
can
here
get to
because
that
we're
later. Yeah,
just talking about horror. There's
yeah.
something I watched on Mr. Ballin's channel,
Mm.
maybe like a night or two ago, where he talked about these two guys who were, um, we're talking back in like the 1920s, 1910s, somewhere in there. They went to a section of forest. This has been designated a park where um, they don't have like park rangers. They don't have all that stuff. But where it was, these guys were going to mine for gold, and they had a sluice up in there. They they did their mining and stuff like that. They they had a bunch of it, a whole lot of like little gold nuggets and everything. Loaded it up in their boat. Something happened to their boat, and they lost all the gold. They managed to fashion another boat. They were both going to leave. One of them said, "Hey, why don't you go ahead and go? I'm going to see if I can't get us more gold. You can bring some people down, and that way we can unload it." And he said, "Fine." So he goes off, and this guy, the guy who stayed, is there for like months, and they don't hear a word from him. About a year, almost a year later, they go back to look for him. They find his body in the woods, missing its head. And then there are other stories of these people who've gone into the forest, and when they're labeled as missing, the police go in. They find these people without a head. They don't connect the cases together, and their murders have literally gone unsolved. I went, that's fucking scary. That is gruesome, and it's totally gameable.
Oh
Something
yeah.
like that would be absolutely amazing for that. That's a great setting for a horror game, especially if you're going in there. No, and they call it the Headless Woods now because of it. And I'm like, yo, someone comes up with that, and I did. I wrote it down in my horror notebook. I was like, this is totally fucking gameable. So I'm including something like that in my horror notes. But let's see. Eric says that Clive Barker does all of this. Yeah, he does do that quite a bit. I've noticed,
Um,
like what little I've read of Clive
th-
Barker.
well, that's the thing is I have a film noir era RPG uh, called Urban Jungle, and it's furry, so it's cutesy animals, right?
Right.
And everybody was like, okay, let's play Urban Jungle, it'll be great, and it is fun. It's fun, but I was like, okay, well, if I'm going to run Urban Jungle, guys, I'm going to include all the realistic elements, and they're like, what do you mean? It's like, well, it's the Urban Jungle, so the racism is there. Uh, Furries and scalies don't get along. Don't go out in the swamps. The clans out there, and it's like, wait, the furry clan? It's like, yeah, the furry clan. It's like, okay, um, and it's like, okay, well, what city are we in? It's like, we're gonna be in New Orleans. It's like, why are we in New Orleans? It's like, because we're in New Orleans. Okay, cool. And what's going on? It's like, well, the newspaper has received a notice from a mysterious figure calling himself the Axeman, who says if you don't play swing music in your home on a given night, he will come into your house and murder you. Right? And the
Hmm.
players are the investigators who got to figure out what this is. And everyone's like, okay, it's going to be like a generic serial killer yarn and everything, because they're expecting film noir standard. And it's like, no, he's a ghost. What? Yeah, he's a supernatural entity. He does this at irregular intervals. You have one night to catch him and stop him before he goes on a murder spree, and he'll be back in like a decade to do it again. It's like,
Yeah.
and
Uh-oh.
really, my players were like, we're suddenly in an occult horror investigation game. It's like, yeah.
Hmm.
Oh, by the way, because you are chasing the Axeman, he knows you're there, and he can become physical to interact with you.
Oh
But he's a
shit.
ghost
Yeah.
because
But
it's the
anyway,
one night. It's the one night of the year that he's physically manifests. Otherwise, he can't kill people.
right. So this D&D Beyond story that you got,
Yes.
let's hear that one.
Okay. Like this is actually what I wanted to talk about way early when I came in, but then there was OSE and tech trouble and all kinds of other things. We wandered around. D&D Beyond is a scam. And I know there are people who's like, that's not a
Yeah, no
scam.
argument here.
It's a scam. Um, it's proffering material electronically for pay that you should just buy the book, right?
Right.
And but I have the proof. I have seen it. If you're just using D&D Beyond, you're not getting everything. They actually edit the material electronically and mislead you. And everyone should tell everyone about this, because I have a friend who uses it. They're a really young person. They're in high school. They play D&D, and they're constantly coming up to me as August elder statesman of gaming and going, "Hey Joe, what do you think of this?" And I'm like, "That's, I mean, I get it. You're playing a ranger, but that's not all your character effects and materials." It's like,
Right.
what? And I'm like, well, look, you're taking this background with this thing, and I mean, you can, but at the same time, it's not efficient. You're undercutting yourself, and that's why rangers get hit with the "you suck" stick, right? And they're like, oh, well, those are the options I have available to me. It's like, what do you mean those are the options you have available to you? So we dug into it. If you are on D&D Beyond and you're not paying for it, you just have the basic version, you have a greatly truncated access to materials,
True. Yeah.
right? You only get certain backgrounds, you only get certain classes, you only get certain starting materials, and it gives a very myopic appearance as to what D&D is and what it's about. It's not a good training medium. It's not a good exposure. It's literally giving you a cookie and then saying buy our subscription service to get the rest, because they don't want you to buy books. And I believe that is going to be the future with D&D 1D&D, right? Especially, because I'm not fully on board that they're going to make it a 6E.
And
But
Female Beauty here says that she learned advanced English by reading Dragonlance, got the first books at age 14, read them particularly at age 18, and her friend had like 200 books.
Sweet.
Yodano, who was just in here a couple hours ago, he had done a rundown on Twitter where he tracked down, I think it was like 219 books, just the novels. I was like, "Jeez, that's crazy." Had all the DL modules, never read the books.
At one time I had all the modules, and that's actually why I didn't care for them. I probably would have enjoyed Dragonlance better had I been introduced to the books first. Because the modules are, as I believe I've said before, guided tours, and I don't like guided tours as my D&D module.
Right.
I don't want to replicate the Dragonlance novel. I want to play in Kryn.
Right.
In the theoretical that I'm going to play in Kryn. This is why I'm not directly anti Forgotten Realms. I know lots of people that are. But the thing is that even if I was playing Greyhawk, even if I was playing Mystera, I would likely ignore all of the settings and materials. And this is why I didn't say he was wrong, but I don't agree with Ed Greenwood's interpretation of the Forgotten Realms he wrote. The very oh wow, you've got a bot. But the very idea that in the Forgotten Realms they have uh, minimum wage, that everyone earns wages, and that the lords of Waterdeep decided this was a good idea, but Waterdeep has not evolved beyond feudal lordship to economic factors, is just I don't know if I want to call it dreamy or uh, naive, and I would be very interested, because obviously he's not around anymore to comment, if this was something that Gygax and Ed Greenwood argued about at great length.
Right.
Because I bet dollars to donuts that Gygax and Arneson absolutely would have been in favor of it's a feudal society. They're peasants. They don't get a living wage.
I'm still trying to find like old school essentials, advanced, like the hard copy books, and
Yeah.
yeah,
I mean
I can't. That's like, jeez, wow, they're
that's
expensive.
why I hit the Kickstarter. I happened to have the money. Mother was still alive.
Right.
Um, and it was everything. It was everything in one Kickstarter set, and I was like, done. Now I don't have
Yeah.
to ever do that again.
The sets that they're talking about are available for pre-order, but I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if I really want to do that. I don't know if I
Well,
want to do pre-order anything right now.
well, the reason I got them, not just because I'm a compulsive gaming addict and I need books. Um, I can stop anytime I want to. Uh,
No,
but
you can't.
I know. But I've got Morkborg, both electronically and on the way. I've got
Hmm.
this, and I've got the reprints of D&D 1 and D&D 2 they did when uh, Gygax died.
Hmm.
As working copies, because my originals are quite aged and I don't want to damage them.
Right.
Um, and I am interested in reading through all of them, comparing to see how the math works, and then using that to help guide my development on my Morkborg Trome, because I know that the Morkborg guys are like, we just threw math at paper, it doesn't matter. I would prefer math that's more coherent.
True. Yeah.
And I've gotta have parity with, or at least balance with, my quote unquote competitors and peers, because there's enough room for everybody's material. I think everybody can succeed. A
Yeah.
rising tide raises all ships, etc. Um, but uh, that means understanding what other people are doing. And
Right.
so far, OSC is not so different from second ed or first ed, which is not bad. Very close to like Rule Cyclopedia,
Yeah.
right? It's not a bad thing.
No,
Um,
not at all.
but one of the things that actually does interest me is that the mechanics are close enough between second ed and OSE that I'm pretty sure I can just run monsters from my monsters manual and not have to convert them.
Right. Yeah.
So it's like, oh
And,
boy, I've got so many monsters.
I mean, I'm going to say this basic fantasy is it's still a BX rule set, same as like was it Dark Dungeons and Labyrinth Lord and stuff like that. But the difference is Old School Essentials is a little more cleaned up. It has a better layout from what I've heard, and I'm like, um,
Oh,
I've got the PDFs. I've seen the layout. The layout is absolutely gorgeous, but at the same time, I'm like, I think I want to kind of stick with Basic Fantasy right
oh,
now.
I nerded out when I opened my OSC boxes. I was hit in the face with something I didn't expect, and I completely turned into a small child on Gilded. They have new book smell.
Yeah, and see, I can't smell, so I have absolutely zero idea what that
Oh,
smells like.
I mean it's different from old book smell, but it's still. Oh wow. Calvani says Sword and Wizardry is on sale through
Going to
Sunday at
check
Frog
that out
Games. Yeah,
now.
yeah. Get that shit. Jump on that. Um, but yeah, I put the books back in the box, but I was just struck by, oh god, they smell like brand new books, fresh print. Oh man. Um, now that being said, I don't mind good retro D&D, but now that we've got it, I have a question, something I've been kicking around a couple of times. When are we going to get our other retro games? Everybody's talking about the debacle that was Star Frontiers from Giant Games,
Yeah,
right?
that's a great question, and one that I've actually kind of tried to address a little bit. And this is one like, I mean, we have these different imprints now. We have Red Room, um we have like Chris Gonnerman, we have Frog God Games, we have Troll Lord Games, and I showed
I'm
this. This was like and I got to put this out there. I'm not trying to, signal anything. I'm just saying this is what happened. Um, it was John actually offered me 10% of the sales on the new Cowpunchers, and I told him all I'm interested in is just a PDF and a hard copy of the book. That's it. That's all I care about. That's my price for editing. And the reason I said that was because I was like, look around. In just this one gilded server alone, we've got writers, we've got artists, we've got everything that we need, plus the ability to self publish and work with other studios. We have a TSR in everything but name. And on top of all of that, we have all this talent in one place. We can totally do this.
oh
And
man,
I mean, if we wanted to release stuff under an umbrella, we would have the ability to, but we are networked in such a way that we have one of the most powerful entities on the web. For new TSR, which is now Wonderfilled Games, they have fucked up so badly that I do not see how the hell they're gonna come back to square one. There, it's just no way because they've obviously messed up so horribly that most of your players who have seen this, they're like they want to distance themselves from it in a hurry, and that
oh
makes sense.
I freely admit I cop to that I made myself sound like a super racist, right?
Uh huh.
They were talking about the content in Star Frontiers, and they were talking about the selective language regarding race, right? And
Right.
I looked at that specific section, and I'm like, yes, it looks bad, but maybe it's not intentional. Maybe it was a missed in editing, and then because it wasn't the final book's not out yet, right? Or maybe it was a somebody had a foot in mouth. It was just a misnomer, right? And people jump back at me. They're like, "Oh, wow! Imagine coming out in favor of racism." It's like, no, I'm just saying we have to give them the benefit of the doubt because companies make mistakes. Now, obviously, they have compounded those mistakes, right? Um, but at the same time, I still got to give them credit for at least having a science fiction game of some sort. And quite frankly, what I'm looking for, what I'm asking about, is where's my OSR Gamma world?
And female beauty is actually my friend Light Elf from the tribe. And Light Elf makes a great point. Either a basic critical system and rules for armor, or a combat system where you can commit actions like disarming the enemy or changing position according to roles. That's a good suggestion. And Cal even put it this way. He said, if we didn't have self-publishing, that would be tough for old style gaming, which is true. And I've stated this before, never have we had it better, because back in the day, let's just say, and I've said this before, in the 90s, had this woke hysteria reached fever pitch back then, they'd have won, because they would have had all of the gaming companies in existence. There would be no alternatives. They would have cut every one of us off. And Mutant Crawl Classics, before they added the woke crap, you're talking about like the gender neutral pronouns and that sort of thing. I think I've got my DCC and MCC prior to that. I don't know. I don't know for sure. Can't really say 100% for sure, but I'm still looking for that. Still looking for that. Let's see. There's two bundles, both together are $29.99 plus. Let me have a look at that.
While you're pulling that up, I have never been to Frog God Games before, so I'm following it up because Val says that there's a sale going on with a bundle for $30. Um, Not that I'm going to pick it up because I don't have that kind of money right now, but I want to look. And I have, I am instantly sold on some of the notions, as they have a 5e Swords and Wizardry compliance content called "It Started with a Chicken."
It says MCC is what Max recommended. You know, I recommend MCC too. I got the in fact, I got the first time fan kits for DCC and MCC, and I absolutely love them. Like, I'll be honest with you, I've had, and here's the thing: if they're going to go with gender neutral pronouns in their books, whatever. I have actually read the I think it was second edition, Vampire the Masquerade, which they referred to every character action as if she wants to, or if she wants to do this, or if she commits this action. And it initially it confused me, but after a while I was just like, whatever. And I just kept reading. Like, and this was back
I
in the 90s. So that this is not the first time that kind of thing has come up.
see.
Also, what was it in second edition AD&D? They said they said that they use the pronoun he not as an exclusionary term, but it's because it's the one pretty much everyone understands. So they
Right.
clarified that one.
I never actually had a problem with he or she because those two terms are essentially invisible when you're reading them,
Correct. Yes.
right? No, what I had a problem with, what I still have a problem with, even though I'll run the game, and it makes it very difficult to learn, is like Promethean Second Edition, right? Where you are a Frankenstein's monster made up of body parts, and therefore, arguably, sex is optional because you can literally change your sex by literally pulling out parts and putting in other parts.
True. Yep.
They use third person non gendered pronouns. The entire book is they, them, and
Okay.
using Ji Jim Zher
Oh no.
or SIE. It is the clunkiest, hardest to read shit.
Oh,
It is so difficult to read, and people are like, "Well, Joe, you're just not used to it. It's not bad." It's like, no, writing was developed. The actual process of typing was developed for clarity of thought.
and then Just a Passerby says, then you say it, which is true. Yeah. And here's the thing, like 10 candles. 10 candles is a good example. They and them describes a collective of beings.
Right.
And I even have a small adventure that I wrote called They Them, which really kind of ramps up the paranoia because one of your party is like acting on their behalf or is one of them. And that's where it kind of gets a little strange there. But shit, yeah. But hey, Cal, if you would do me a favor, I'm looking at the top of the homepage. As a matter of fact, I'll bring it up. Let me just
Yep.
bring up that homepage real quick. And yeah, the fact of the matter is we have a lot going on. Like I'm looking here at the top of the screen here, and I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing the bundle that you're talking about. I'm looking at the very top of the page here. Unless I'm on the wrong page. If I'm on the wrong page, just let me know. I'll see. But there is definitely no supporting. I do have to agree with this one. There is no supporting Lanassa. Lanassa is a, oh my gosh. He and Dave Johnson are the
Well,
worst.
well, let's dig into it because I don't know who is Lanas.
Lanassa, Justin Lanassa. He's the one doing this whole new TSR thing.
Ah,
He's in fact, I think he's the one that got named in the lawsuit. Um, Personally, from Wizards of the Coast, they're trying to shut him down personally and confiscate all material. Which I'm like, you know what? I hate to even advocate on Watsy's behalf, but in this case, yeah, he's kind of bringing it on himself. Also, Giant Lands, in my opinion, the reason I say don't buy it primarily is because you could do so much better. You get Mutant Crawl Classics first time fan kit, you'll get a GM screen, you'll get dice, you'll get the core rulebook, and you'll get an adventure. And you'll get it all in PDF and print. Where are you losing? That's just what I want to know. See, the dude has a nose. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. But I'm still gonna look through this because I'm actually in the Swords and Wizardry area of this home Swords and Wizardry, and I'm just not seeing it.
that's why I can't find them because they, of course, changed it to use their new name.
Wait, what?
Well, I will explain in a moment. Uh,
Scroll down, it says weekly deal. Okay, weekly deal.
so, if we want to talk about they thems, and we want to talk about people you can't support, and people who are responsible for things being terrible, and yes, they had their hands all over Promethean, um, but are responsible for a wide range of things. Let's talk about Olivia Hill, who you may have heard of or you may not have heard of. Uh, Olivia Hill is what used to be known as David A. Hill. And, they made life changes. That's their choice. That's fine. Right? Uh, but as an author, they were very involved in New World of Darkness. Right?
Right.
And are responsible for some of the worst written content in that game line. It is extremely difficult to defend a game line and encourage people to play it when you have to use examples that are so bad.
And
Um,
thank you, Cal. It has been found.
Yay!
Holy shit. Oh my gosh. 30
Oh
bucks.
damn!
Oh yeah.
Oh man!
Man, they're taking a colossus off of that. Are you kidding me? I'm totally on board.
okay, so it's
Thank you,
on.
Cal. You are amazing, sir.
So you go from the homepage and then where?
You're going to go to the home. In fact, I'll show you. Let me go
Right.
to
I
Frog
was
Game.
just yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to go all the way down here, right here
Okay.
at the bottom. Weekly deal from
It's
the
hidden.
Frog Pond.
Okay. There it is.
And not only you get the Swords and Wizardry accessory pack, so you get GM screen, soft cover, game system, Swords and Wizardry. You also get the complete box set. Holy
Oh
shit!
man,
That is
I really
that's an
shouldn't.
amazing deal.
I really
That's
shouldn't.
crazy, right? It's like,
I
oh my goodness, right there.
really
I'm gonna
shouldn't.
stop
But
sharing my
I
screen
mean,
for a minute.
that is $60
No,
off the
no,
top.
no, 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 no. That's the okay. So subtotal for that is $94.98.
Right.
Their coupon removes like $65
Right.
from it. Your total's
No,
30.
that's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
60 off is that is one of those really good like once in a lifetime deals. You ain't gonna find a better deal than that.
Yeah, that's very true. Light Elf put this up. I prefer role playing games to be a little incorrect. In a medieval setting, people will make fun of cripples and short grown persons. Same with a Viking setting. True.
Well, look, we were just talking about the wee bastards. They have a
Yep,
point.
we just talked about that one. Yeah. Wait till that one comes up. That's going to be awesome. And I got that from Tenkar, but apparently they have weekly deals to watch for. Get the accessories pack too. It's worth it. Yeah. Well, I mean, dude, it's all wrapped up in the accessories pack and the box set. It's all wrapped together in that deal. It's awesome. And thank you, Tenkar. Tenkar, you are an absolute fucking scholar and a gentleman. And I had a Roman campaign once. The players who were members of a powerful legion had a mentally challenged person installed as a divine emperor, sort of a scapegoat. Shipping can be high if you're in Canada. My shipping
Well,
for both to Cali was 17. Okay, well that's still not bad.
well, I believe I mentioned here once before. If I didn't mention, I know I've talked about it either in the Greyhorns or on Gilded.
Oh, that's
Um,
right. You joined us, dude.
I did.
Thank
Uh,
you. Hey,
I
welcome aboard.
I have I have a number of NPCs. One of them is Tiberius Thricekilt. And I mean, he's died about 5 times, but who's counting? Uh,
Right.
and the entire crux of his character is that he has magical prosthesis to make up for the fact that he's down an arm and a leg, literally, and uses when he can't activate them because they have limited duration. He uses a harpoon as a crutch. Unless he's moving around in public, then he obviously has to be more subtle.
Oh, I
Um,
remember you telling me about this, but go ahead. This is an awesome
oh,
story.
well, it's only pertinent because he, those powered items both make him unable to be knocked down, uh, and increase his to hit. And when he throws the harpoon, it turns to lightning. So he has taken his weaknesses and made them a strength. Um, the other character, though, that I don't think I did mention, is a lovely send up. It's a loving homage. Have you ever seen photos of Peter Dinklage going about L.A.?
No, no. I've seen photos of Peter Dinklage, but
Peter.
not.
Oh, okay, so Peter Dinklage is like a lord. He gives zero fucks.
Yes,
Okay,
that's true. Yeah.
and you can find photos of him either with his children or just going around town, basically in a hoodie with sunglasses and a beard. Look, he looks like a fucking hobo, and he's either like on a motorcycle because he hangs out with people who have bikes, right?
Right. Yeah.
Or he's like on a scooter. He's on a little GoPro
You're
or a
kidding me.
moped, right? Yeah, because again, he gives no fucks. He will do whatever he has to get around. He looks like all of you exist to recognize his badassery. It is
Um,
amazing.
just before you
So
continue here, I should
yeah.
point out that the deal also includes PDFs. Apparently,
Oh wow.
Yeah. So we'll you know what, Joe? We'll talk about the PDFs later. But you're talking about Peter
Okay.
Dinklage, and
Right.
he's just basically giving no fucks. There's only one thing I've seen him give a fuck about, and that's this new Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs film where he apparently objected to little people being cast as the dwarves, and I was like, wait, what?
I know that's so weird.
It
It's
is.
so
Completely
weird,
it's
but I
bizarre.
get it. I get it, but it's weird.
It's
Um,
always going to be weird.
but here's the thing: I made a character called Grave Eater, right? And when people were like, "What does he look like?" I just was like, "He's just Peter Dinklage. He's just Peter Dinklage on a moped." And they're like, "Wait a minute, he's a werewolf." Yeah, it's like, and you say he's a murder machine. Yeah, and they're like, "How does that work?" It's like, he's small, he's dangerous. You have to kick a lot of ass to get over that kind of disability.
That's
And
true.
and now it turns out on a mechanical level is he uses mind affecting powers to
Hmm.
cause paranoia. So he's basically attacking you from every angle, and you have no idea where he's attacking from, and your own fear gives him the openings.
And
Um,
that's the thing. Like, if okay, so I wanted to say this. Like, I've got a
I
disabled
in
character
the
for.
one woman in the private chat, I gave you a link so if you want to put the picture up of Peter Dinklage on a scooter.
Oh yeah, just like okay, this I'm gonna bring it up real quick, and oh my god, this is amazing. This is
I
just one of
know,
the best things ever.
I know,
I
right?
I'm gonna say this. As weird as it was, I still love Peter Dinklage. You know,
Oh yeah,
here we go. Look at that.
zero
He
fucks
looks.
given.
Look at that. He's got his headphones, dude. Pete. I don't know if this is ever going to get around to you, but Peter, wireless headsets, man, they make a world of difference. I don't know if you've I don't know if you've ever tried them, but look at that. He's got designer glasses on. He's using that kick scooter and
I,
rocking it. And you know what? Fucking A.
I,
That's awesome.
I want. Here's the thing. I want to know. I want to know. Does Peter Dinklage play D&D? And does he play
I
D&D
want to
with
know
his
that too.
kids?
I want to know if he plays and what kind of character he plays.
Because here's the thing. And this is true. This is lore, but this is true. So after on the filming of Chronicles of Riddick, you
Right.
had Vin Diesel, Dame Judy Dench, and
Oh,
um,
that's true. Yeah, she was in that movie.
the guy who played in the most recent Judge Dredd.
Uh,
The actor's name is escaping me.
Keith David.
No, not
No,
Keith
not.
David.
Oh, Carl Urban. Carl Urban. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Carl Urban. Carl Urban, Vin Diesel, and Dame Judy Dench playing D&D on
Oh
set
my
after
god.
shooting.
Who the hell's running the game?
I have to assume Vin Diesel,
I
right?
would not be surprised.
But that's the thing is I've like I said on my bucket list is I want to play D&D with Vin Diesel since Dio passed on because I'm not going to get to play with Dio,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
Um, but it's like, can you just imagine the table?
Oh, I
Right?
can,
You got
and
Vin
it's
Diesel, you got
amazing.
Carl Urban, you got Dame Judy Dench, and then you've got at the far end you've got Peter Dinklage. Would that not be amazing?
That would be like, I kill orcs and I know things.
Right,
That would be awesome.
exactly.
It
I actually
oh
wonder how many Game of Thrones alumni who were present are actually also low key D&D players. I want to know.
Oh, what is this? Let's see. Oh
Wait,
my god, I'm on my Twitter feed, just kind of like going through the notifications, and what is it? Eric posted, so Dark Sun doesn't get enough love in my humble opinion, which I think we've all come across that. I said you should check out Chalt. This other player was there, so you should check out Chalt as well. It's like what happens when Dark Sun gets an HP Lovecraft makeover, directed by Hunter S. Thompson on a head full of acid, and then this guy comes in. Nice
oh,
plug for a toxic player. Oh,
okay.
fuck
Um,
off.
do you want to put up the article or should I just read it to the crowd?
Uh,
Because
you know
people
what?
want more info.
Let, let's see. Oh, you're talking about that tweet?
No. There's an ad for or there's a page for, or there's an article talking about Vin Diesel playing D&D with Judi Dench.
Oh, yes, yes, yes. Okay, so yeah, just passerby says that he wanted to explain the role that Judi Dench played as an air being.
Oh wow.
Yes, which is awesome. And Cal, I got to say this. I know you. I know, like you're like me. I am totally on board with people owning physical books, and thank goodness that they're still here and they still work. But having the PDFs, it's good for when I want to run a game and I don't want to bring my physical books with me. But I'm gonna be honest with you, I probably will. It's just I can bring a whole host of them on my tablet and run a game somewhere like that. And on top of that, being able to see what's coming, that makes all the difference in the world. Let's see what we got here. Um, yeah, here. Okay, whatever. Fuck off. Uh,
Yeah,
this
ads,
thing.
ads
Ah,
forever. It's annoying.
continue. Here we go. So let me kill this one, and then I will share that other one because it's amazing. Oh my god, this is best day ever. We started with such sad news, but then we got this. Why Vin Diesel once played D&D with Dame Judi Dench. Vin Diesel is so much more than an A-list celebrity. The Fast and Furious actor may have gotten his start in films like Saving Private Ryan. Actually, before that, The Iron Giant. Thank you very much. But he's worked tirelessly to make a name for himself in other notable projects like Triple X. So I don't know why I just said Triple H. Why not? What the hell is wrong with me? Pitch
Coming
Black.
this summer, Triple H is Triple X.
It's time to play the game. Yeah, it's time to play the game. Yeah,
Oh
that's
god.
gonna go.
Oh god. I'm sorry. The table also had Fandy Newton. This
It's
is
like
great.
Pitch Black, The Chronicles of Riddick, Hollywood aside. Diesel is also an avid gamer. In fact, he even convinced Dame Judi Dench to play Dungeons and Dragons. Yes, really. Even the big Hollywood names have their favorite pastimes. As for Vin Diesel, his hobby of choice is the 1974 game. I bet he's playing fifth edition. I, eh,
No,
if
no.
not, he was probably playing fourth.
Keep reading. It's hilarious.
Okay, I'll keep reading. So over the years, Diesel has professed his love for the game, including a Facebook post that showed off a D&D birthday cake. I actually saw a video back when I had Facebook in around 2011, 2012, which showed Vin actually showed the people he was playing with at the time. So he's also written an introduction for 30 Years of Adventure, a celebration of Dungeons and Dragons. Okay, got to check that out. In a 2004 interview, Diesel also admitted his interest in doing the Chronicles of Riddick had to do with his love of the game. Going back to the D&D, this wasn't like creating a movie; it was like creating a universe. He told interviewer Sean Adler. Adler pressed Diesel on whether he really loves the game as much as it sounded. No, I never played D&D. For some reason, they thought I played D&D for 20 years. They thought that I had spent years playing Barbarians, Witch Hunters, the Arcanum. He joked. They thought I played D&D back in the 70s when it was just the basic D&D set. They thought I continued to play D&D when it became advanced D&D. They thought I played D&D where there were only 3 books: the Player's Handbook, Monster Manual, and Dungeon Master's Guide. He continued. They thought I played D&D as it continued onto Unearthed Arcanum, Oriental Adventures, Sea Adventures, Wilderness Adventures. They thought I played D&D at the time when Deities and Demigods was a brand new book. They thought I played D&D when I used to get up to a place called the Complete Strategist in New York. He concluded, I'm into D&D a lot. And so here we go.
He's one of
As far
us. He's one of our
So he
boys.
was just like rattling off the top of his head. That'll tell you everything. As for preparing for the role of Riddick, Diesel managed to get a game in with none other than Dame Judi Dench, Carl Urban, and Thandie Newton. Where do you think elementals came from? From air elementals, of course. The attributes have been augmented a little bit for Dame Judi Dench, but the concept of elementals came from D&D. He's saying that in the same interview. The concept of creating a world of neutrality, we all know that David Twohy is incredibly proficient in the sci-fi world. which I don't know that much about. I'm a fantasy guy. So I brought the fantasy element to the picture. He brought the sci-fi and it came together. You see that in every aspect of the film. If you watch the film, the very moments and mannerisms and fighting styles and lurching through the air is right out of that. When asked why it was important for Diesel to revisit Riddick and what makes him so cool, Diesel had another gamer's response. I was literally playing Dungeons and Dragons with Judi Dench and Carl Urban at nights after shooting. I will tell you that I was showing her Dungeons and Dragons books and showing her the different properties of elementals. And there it is. That's the video of him playing with
Right.
Matt Mercer, D and Diesel. So Diesel isn't the only celebrity who loves a good D&D session. He once revealed that the entire Fast and Furious franchise was influenced by the game. No wonder. More than that, he said, co-star Dwayne Johnson is also a fan. What? What?
I wish they were.
Shut up!
I wish they were better friends because I want that table.
Oh, I want to play at that table so bad.
Oh no! You want to get deeper? You want to go deeper? You know who Dwayne Johnson's friends with? Jason Momoa.
Oh no! Don't tell me Jason Momoa's a fan too.
I don't know, but would you not want to be at a table with Vin Diesel, Dwayne Johnson, and Jason Momoa? So much testosterone in one space.
So it says Diesel isn't the only celebrity. Dwayne Johnson's also a fan. The fucking Rock. I could just imagine the promo he'll cut in the middle of that. Late night host Stephen Colbert, are you fucking kidding me? Said D&D helped him develop his improvisational skills, so he must have been running the game. I can just imagine it. I can imagine him running a game, and it's weird.
Well, remember, Colbert is also a huge Tolkien nut.
Okay. And while Matt Damon and Ben Affleck used to enjoy the game together throughout their childhood, I mean, they grew up together? That's crazy to me. I didn't know that. The point is, there are more gamers out there hiding in plain sight than we realize, and they're using those skills to better entertain us on the big and small screens. Damn. You talk about just learning. Today I fucking learned, y'all. And then Dame Judi Dench played with Vin Diesel. Yeah. That's craziness. Like, holy shit. Okay, so they could both go play with Joe Manganiello. So Riddick is a dwarf fighter. Let's see. I'd game with Joe too. Okay, yeah, I would. Let's see. Cal Joe thinks Dragonlance is D&D Star Wars. And D&D needs to change like Disney Star Wars. Okay. Or to be like that. Okay, so or the shot in his home game. Yep, that's true. Considering when Joe started, it's sad if he thinks that. I do. Let's see. It reminds me of the time Manganiello played with Matt Mercer, and he and the big guy of CR had a bro SR moment. Oh no. The stench of perfume at Joe's house will be worse than the convention smell. Oh, fuck.
I mean, I'm interested in what this bro SR moment was.
I don't know. I don't really watch Critical Role. In fact, that D and Diesel video, and I think there was like one other video I watched, that was as close to Critical Role as I got.
Well, I have mentioned before why I don't care for Mercer. But also the Vin D and Diesel thing. While I love Vin Diesel was obviously having a lot of fun.
Right.
Right. I don't care for it as a advertisement for D&D. Right. Because they're not playing D&D. It's a stage event.
A lifestyle brand kind of thing, you mean?
That, and it's an advertisement for The Last Witch Hunter, which frankly, sorry Vin, is a terrible movie.
I didn't get to see the whole thing, but what I saw, like, at first I was just like, it doesn't interest me. But then I actually started watching it, and I was like, okay, this could be kind of cool. And I never really... I never really got in, didn't get completely into it. I ended up having to do something else, so I never did go back. But Cal said he just looked up Vin. He actually grew up in the Bay Area here, and he's 55 now. Really? Matt isn't the bad one. It's Ashley Johnson and Sam Riegel. Get rid of them, and CR might be decent. I don't know.
I don't know which of those people those are. But therein lies my ire with the YouTube tabletop sphere,
Right.
right? On one level, yes, I'm going to name names and talk shit. Here we go. Uh, on one level, you've got guys like Cody from Taking 20, Nerdarchy, and the Dr. DM or Professor DM or however the fuck his name is done, who all, if they don't talk, they at least watch each other and share a lot of the same talking points to the
Hmm.
extent that there's a sameness, there's an echo chamber going on I really don't like, right? But then when you get into real play for tabletop, Critical Role, Geek and Sundry, and at least one other real play source, they're all communicating. They all share people. They're all based in the LA sphere or close enough to communicate. And when uh, White Wolf under Paradox started fronting for VTM5, right? They started their LA by Night and New York by Night Chronicle games uh, using Critical Role people, right? Dimension 20. That was the other one I couldn't recall. Um, Now, people being friends is fine. People liking games is fine. But again, it's all the same flavor. And that flavor is very spazzy, very LOL random. Everything is a joke. Everything is kind of silly. There was recent huge upset on Twitter. Everyone was freaking out because Matt Mercer is gonna kill a player on Critical Role. Oh no, a character's gonna die. And I'm like, what do you mean? After 6 seasons of 6 years, someone might die? Oh no!
And Ashley, the redhead that convinced Matt to change from Pathfinder to Fifth Edition. She was a child actor like Will Wheaton. I think she was
Mm.
a sister to Kirk Cameron on his show.
Ugh.
Ouch. And this one, Sam came out on stage in a yellow bodysuit with an 8-inch box for a codpiece. Oh boy. Okay, that's
the, the summation of my problem, putting aside, let's just assume Matt Mercer misspoke or was misunderstood, uh, is basically D&D is supposed to be a vast landscape of many different ideas and many different interpretations and many different styles.
true.
And I have a real problem with the people who are the forefront most advertising front sharing the same ideas, sharing the same style, and promulgating the same specific image of D&D everywhere to all things.
And the BroSR moment was BroSRs and two muscled up guys saying there will be no discrimination against jocks. Okay, yeah, I can see that. But
Sure.
to your point, um, this is what happens with everything. When you find something and let me give you an example here. When I was doing internet radio many years ago, um, my set list ended up almost completely dominated by Alpha Matrix and DSBP. Those are two record labels. I played a lot of
Mm-hmm.
like hard industrial music, and I loved it, and I still do, and I still have CDs and MP3s from them, and I still recommend them. But here's the thing: I know DSBP wants. I know the guy who runs it. I called him the yeah, he's like the Sean Combs of industrial music. He's got his own band. It's his label. He's got other projects on his own label. He's got his hands in a lot of pies and a lot of irons and a lot of fires. So he wants to go commercial because he wants to make a living off of it, and that's something I understand. But here's the thing: once something like that goes commercial, any advertiser backing, any corporate backing you have is going to strip out what makes it good, what made it popular among that core base in the first place. You will end up alienating them. What ended up making you, what getting you, what gets you noticed, you alienate
See,
that for more wider,
well,
attention.
and see, here's the thing. This is where I get into differences of opinion with the OSR. As much as I'm there, because I'm on Gilded with you, with Basic, with everybody. Okay.
Right.
Uh, L, I don't know what the rest of L's name is. L
Just
says,
pass. Yeah,
yeah,
L
yeah,
did bring up a good point.
yeah. Says, nope, all RPGs are now about the GM entertaining the players, and it must be done like a TV show to entertain viewers. That's the scope of RPGs now. Theater exercises, not games. Shauner should love or 5e.
Well, 5e, yeah.
I've played 5e. I enjoy 5e.
Mm.
I play 5e with friends of mine, and we've run the gamut from generic 5e D&D to sort of an old school flavored D&D, right? I ran
Right.
a 5e game in Ravenloft where the party got hired by Strahd to investigate strange happenings in Barovia and discovered that Iron Warriors from Warhammer 40k had crash landed in Ravenloft and were now stealing local peasants.
And of course, that's something like Eric and I have
Um,
discussed before, which is stitching games together,
right.
like getting really
It's
creative. The only reason that you have this many games is to stitch them together eventually.
it's not that 5e requires you replicate the critical role geek and sundry mechanism, or indeed that that's the expectation of the gaming environment, right? It's
Right.
the actual concern is that new players with no experience are being exposed to that, and that's where their scholarship stops. They think that's the expectation and all there is.
And
That's why people like you and I get so frustrated because we're trying to tell people it's like, no man, you can do more, you can go farther, you can be better. 5e is not the enemy. WotC is the problem.
the culture that WotC builds, that corporate
Right,
culture.
right.
And on top of that, it's like I've told people, hey, you're looking at, especially with Vic's Kickstarter for the Modern Adventurer's Guide to Guns and Gear. There were people like, oh, it's for 5e, never mind. And it's like, dude, wait a minute, stop. Okay, because you can take that supplement and you could apply it like anything else. You could take Arcanus, you could take the Doom that came to Astrius, you could take the Chronicles of Iris, you could take Crown of the Oathbreaker and easily run it on Castles and Crusades, because Castles and Crusades had some of their core mechanics stolen, straight up ripped off by WotC, and WotC passed it off as something they created.
The,
And that's the thing. You could take the three core rule books for 5th edition completely out of the picture and never ever give them the time of day, and drop the core rule books from Castles and Crusades in, it would still run.
here's the thing. We're gonna tell a LARP story for a moment, okay?
Mm.
Um, I used to. Well, I've got to go even further back. So when I was 15, 1992, I got the second edition Werewolf the Apocalypse book. My first World of Darkness core rules. Had no idea what I was doing. Had no one to play it with. But I like me some werewolves because werewolves are neat, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I jumped online to the old White Wolf website, the first White Wolf website, which
Right.
had a online roleplay chat. And I tried to jump in, no knowledge, just I'm going to go play. And people were shitty to me. Old
Yep.
players were shitty to me because there's a built-in game mechanic of a hierarchy totem pole,
Mm-hmm.
and they asserted that totem pole on me hard because I didn't
Yeah.
know anything. So clearly I'm a victim for being shit on. It made me not play World of Darkness for decades,
Right.
right? So now I'm in high school and people are like, "Come on, Joe, you like gothy shit? Let's try some World of Darkness." I'm like, "Okay, fine, I'll try some World of Darkness." And it's like, you know what? This isn't half bad. I had fun with people at the table, and they say, "Well, there's a new World of Darkness coming out." And I'm like, "Okay, cool, I'll check that out." New World of Darkness was not only better, it was so easy to run. It is so smooth, right? It was so great. We're not even talking Vampire. We're talking Blue Book, the first book, all by itself.
Right.
Candy. Okay. So because I am hanging out with people and having fun, people are like, "Come on, Joe, you should check out the local LARP." And I'm like, "I don't know, man. LARP sounds kind of stupid." They're like, "No, come on, it'd be great. You like acting, you like dressing up in costume, it'll be fun." I'm like, "Okay, fine, I'll go to LARP." So I went to LARP and I joined LARP in the Pacific Northwest, where characters go to die at the worst time to start getting into LARP, called the Year of Fire.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, which was the tail end of the vampire cycle, just before the Age of Gehenna, when everybody was burned out and tired because they'd been playing vampire by that point for almost 20 years,
Right.
right? Um, and I got into it, and I'm doing okay. I'm learning my bit. There are still people that are like, "I've been doing this for 20 years. You don't know shit. You're clearly scum." It's like, oh well, fuck you very much. But there are people who are like, "Oh, cool. We like new people. New people are great. Let me help you get settled in." So I was having fun, and I was like, "Well, guys, what about New World?" And there were some people that were open to it, and there were other people like, "I don't know, man, because they're gonna ruin my favorite game." I'm like, "Nah, it'll be great." So Vampire drops, and CCP, the people that do, or CPP, the people that do Eve Online, they mismanage that shit for the club hard, right? And
Yeah.
people are really upset, and they drop Forsaken, right? And Werewolf players pick it up, and Werewolf is very popular in the Pacific Northwest, uh, and they're mad. They don't like it. Now, I didn't care
Right.
for Apocalypse, so I liked Forsaken. I'm like, come on, Forsaken's cool. And I had to wrestle with players who were like, well, we don't like this as it's written, so we're going to run it as Apocalypse anyway,
Right.
right? And that didn't work. The two games are very different. They don't cross pollinate like that. You can't force it, right? But
Right.
the thing was, is that for a while there, I was like, you know what? I don't play Old World. I don't have to. You can't make me. Fuck VTM. I'm not going to do it, right? But once I
Mm-hmm.
became a official storyteller, once I was a GM for an org and had to be more neutral, I was like, well, guys, you want to come play Forsaken? And they're like, no. Do you want to come play VTM? And I realized that you couldn't get people to come try your game if you wouldn't try theirs, if you wouldn't meet them at least halfway. Now, it's worth pointing out that those same players who were already not going to play Forsaken and being assholes still wouldn't play Forsaken and expected me to go play VTM with them,
True.
right?
Yeah.
But at least I tried to put out the olive branch. Credit, where credit's due. The attempt was made. That is the problem that I think is rife in the OSR, and it's rife in 5e, and it's a serious problem in the tabletop RPG sphere, because I won't call it a community. We're not a community. We're tribes. We've talked about that before, where people are being tribal and they're affiliating themselves with their preferred game, and they're saying, I play this but not that because that's awful. And when you ask them why it's awful, it's not because of its mechanics, it's not because of its content, it's because those people say things I don't like. They're not in my tribe.
Yeah. It's like this right here, where Eric points out Dark Sun does not get enough love, and you know
Yeah.
what? Agree. I I have read this setting. This is one that kind of intrigued me back in the day, but I never was able to get to it. I've read it and I was like, really should have started here because this is really cool. And then, of course, Kale says that the art alone makes him want to go into Dark Sun. Which, I, geez, look at this. It's gorgeous. It's not. I don't
Well,
think this is Brahm though. And Brahm did a lot of work for the
it's
second.
not Brahm. It
Yeah,
doesn't look like Brahm.
and like I don't like that font at all, but you
Oh,
know,
you mean Papyrus?
yes, I do not like that font. That does not look good to me. I think they should have kept the logo. And when I mentioned, you should check out Chalt because hey, Chalt is pretty cool.
Right,
It's like what happens when Dark Sun gets an H.P. Lovecraft makeover directed by Hunter S. Thompson on a head full of acid. Here we go. Nice plug for our toxic player. And
right,
that's where I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna get baited by this idiot.
right.
Don't play it. Pretty simple solution.
Well, the
Just
thing
don't
is,
don't play it.
well, the thing is, you didn't even advocate for Venger Satanis.
No, I
You said
didn't.
you said check out Chult, a
Yes,
game.
Yeah, exactly.
See, see, I would argue, and I'm sure if he were here to hear it, he would both laugh and cover himself in butter. Venger is the Anton LaVey of the gaming space. He's the
He,
Aleister Crowley of our era. Uh,
I gotta say this. He is truly iconoclastic. Definitely
uh,
iconoclastic. He does
because
not follow status quo at all.
well, because he's also fully true. You can't deny it, Venger. If you're watching this later, you know it's true. He's a provocateur par excellence.
He is. Yeah,
He
I'll give
he
him that.
tweaks. He goes out of his way to tweak people because he
No,
knows it
totally.
works. And I don't fault him for it. I've played with the guy. He's nice. It was a fun experience. Chult is interesting to me. I just don't have the money to pick up Chult. Right?
Um, well,
Uh,
I'm going to say this: the PDFs are probably the most cost-effective way to get into it. That's how
yeah,
I did. And
yeah.
the bad part was I started with the third book, not understanding that I would need the first book, and I later picked up the other two books. So I already had the trilogy in PDF, and I gotta say this: he builds this rather bleak but very oversaturated, colorful world that
It,
is it's very interesting, and I don't really see like a lot of like I don't
it,
see any of his politics in it except maybe in the little adventures that he cooked up, and some he gave out for free, others he sold for like $3. But
it, if I was to compare Chult to another media source, I would say Mobius or Corbin because it
yeah,
it very much has a strong heavy metal theme from the heavy metal comics,
it does.
right?
Yeah,
Like you could run Den in Chult and no one would tell the difference.
you could run Wretched Space in Chalt.
You could.
Eric's done that and is doing that now, and I think that's cool.
Um, but but either way, the thing is, people keep mentioning, well, what about Dark Sun? Are they gonna screw up Dark Sun in 5e? They're not, and the fact of the matter is because they already screwed up Dark Sun once, and they don't want to do it again. They know it's wasted money.
They in fact, my advice to them is stay away from Dark Sun.
Well, here's the thing: they had Dark Sun in second ed, and I don't believe there was any Dark Sun material for third. There might have been a book somewhere, right?
Right.
People seem to have forgotten there was a campaign book for Dark Sun in fourth.
Yeah, I never played fourth, so I have no
I
idea.
not only did I play fourth, but we tried to play Dark Sun in fourth, right? Not only is it not Dark Sun because they didn't understand how to do Dark Sun, right? But
Right.
it's too magical because Watsy's current interpretation is that psionics is just magic. We just treat psionics like magic, right?
Ugh.
Psionics is psionics. Magic is magic. The psionics uh, rules in second were crunchy as hell,
Yeah.
right? But they were at least notably different. And it's not in Dark Sun that everyone is vaguely psionic and everyone's a little magical. That's making it more like Faerun. It's that the vast majority of people in Dark Sun don't have magic at all. And some people have psionics, which is not negative in the way magic is, because people who do have magic hurt the planet when they use it. Magic is bad for Athos. It's corrupting and destructive.
And let's see, there were even let's see, I'm trying to find it right now because I know I have it. Um like I'm looking for it right now because uh where's Dark Sun at? Where's this Dark Sun at? Only Sane Man could design such a thing. Yeah. This one, Dark Sun is too racist. Look at D&D Beyond, the new blog by Chris Perkins. Oh boy, real racism. Look, even the Dragonlance novels had some form of racism in it. The elves didn't care for humans. Dwarves didn't care for
I mean,
elves. No one, no one particularly loved the Kender.
I mentioned him in our conversation you and I had recently. Tanis Halfelven.
Yep.
His entire character trope is the Spock and being trapped between the two worlds of being too human for elves and too elven for humans. And actually wrestling with it as opposed to just being a discount diet elf.
Exactly.
Because he looks very human. It's one of the visual cues that made Dragonlance unique. Is it's like, wait a minute, he's an elf with like a full head of hair and a beard, like a dwarfy beard, like an
Yep.
incredibly man mane.
Yep. He had it. See. Can't wait to hear the difference between Chult and Chalt. Don't know. I don't know Chult, so.
uh, Schultz is badly done D&D Africa that doesn't
Oh.
actually evoke Africa at all.
Oh
And
no.
Schultz is what if we went out into the desert, did a fuck ton of mushrooms, and went in an adventure?
True.
We're gonna go out. We're gonna go out into the desert. We're gonna drink ayahuasca. We're gonna pick up swords, and we're gonna go into a dark tunnel and kill things. That's Schultz.
That sounds like it actually. So I'm wondering where did I put? Because I did put. Oh boy, I
That
know
is
I had
true,
it.
Light Elf. That even myself, I am an old gamer, and I am very set in my ways.
And that I can Chalt 5e crap. Okay.
Oh, okay, so while you're digging it up, whatever
Yeah, I'm
you're
digging.
looking for, Schultz. More seriously, Schultz supposed to be D&D in Africa, which is a great idea. I
Yeah.
have said time and time again that one of the things that bothers me about the gaming environment is there aren't enough places to go that are culturally different. Right? Inner Africa sounds like a great idea. Um, I'm not so much of a fan of the couple of African flavored role playing games that have come out that are fantasy magipunk super Africa. I don't
Right.
want to role in Wakanda. I want to role play in Amaro,
Right.
which if you've never read Amaro is great. Um, so Chult is what if Africa, the Dark Continent, had dinosaurs? All right, so uh, Plateau of Ling, Tarzan, um, uh, Travel to the Center of the Earth style, right? And
Right.
along the coastline, it's civilized Africa, okay, but it's Ivory Coast at best. They dodge the greater majority of tribalism, of unique culture, to instead make it the coastal regions pseudo Middle Eastern with darker skinned people, but they also don't lean into being the Near East either. They don't do Al Qadim with the Islamic Golden Age. So really, Chult rather, is just a muddy non-setting with a dungeon on it. So you can go do the Tomb of Annihilation.
Yeah.
That's
L says Chult is land of the lost, not Africa.
Yeah, it is. It is Land of the Lost. It fails to be Africa, even though it was sold as Africa. The thing
And
is that
this is what Dark Sun looked like for second edition. This is from the box set, mind you. I mean,
um
this is
the
some pretty stark imagery here.
the thing is that Schultz is not the first time this has happened, because this happened in a book called Horn and Ivory for Ironclaw as well. It was sold
Mhm.
as Fantasy Africa, and then it's not Fantasy Africa. It's at best Fantasy Morocco.
Right.
There's the book Kindred of the Ebony Kingdom, which is supposed to be Kindred of Inner Africa, and had the opportunity to be really interesting. It was a late book in their progression. It's really half-assed. It's mechanically not nonsensical. It doesn't fit in with the rest of vampire lore. It's basically a non-book. I don't know why tabletop RPGs are afraid of Mesoamerica. I don't know why they're afraid of Inner Africa. I don't know why they're afraid of South Seas Asia. But
I don't either.
they pretend these places don't exist.
Meanwhile, you've got Troll Lord Games. They're going everywhere. They're going from Scandinavia to Greece to the British Isles, and namely for the Celts. Now they're going into what was it? Ancient China with Codex Sinarum, and I'm like, man, for that person who sat there and did their thing about Asia is not a fantasy setting, you're about to be in for some serious disappointment.
Yeah.
This one, Dark Sun always felt like Conan meets John Carter after Conan got its own short-lived game. I happen to agree. Chalt sounds like the song Rosetta Stoned by Tool. And here we go. Rogue Mesoamerica is Mastica. That I do agree with. Yes, that's true.
Yeah.
And the thing is, we were going like, and I think I can't remember who made the point, but Cal saying he can't wait for the Basic Experts as Aztec game. I told him as soon as he has it finished, I'm on board. Definitely. And he's like, I'm not going to make this. This is not all sunshine and rainbows and all this other shit. Now, these people, they took and sacrificed like children and living people to their gods, you know? So I too backed Sinarum. It was a good one to
Th-
back.
that is
Cal got the second
why.
one. Live baby's the
It,
level up. Jeez.
here's the thing. This is going to sound really bitter, but you'll understand where I'm coming from. So I was a Sanguine fanboy for Ironclaw, and I
Right.
wrote them a accessory for Ironclaw for Vikings. Right? Let's include Vikings in your setting. That'd be great. And I was under contract for years. That contract is now very long dead. They never printed the book, right? They
Right.
did Horn and Ivory. Horn and Ivory was really half-ass. They've done their new book, Book of Coral. It's also really half-ass. But they included an element that makes me mad because I talked to them, much as we're talking now, about an idea. They didn't use the idea, and that was why it's bad because what they did instead was worse. Uh, Book of Coral has Komodo dragons in it, so you can play Komodo dragon, right? Well, that sounds neat. And they talk about the existence of Mesoamerica as a concept. It's like, okay, neat. And then they do nothing with it. Book of Coral is set in New Zealand. It is fantasy pirates in New Zealand for no reason,
Right.
right? When obviously you should have just done the Caribbean or Madagascar. What the fuck is wrong with you, right?
Right. Hmm.
What I told them, what I had a conversation about, maybe they just forgot, was I said, yeah, I want to do when you guys do your pirate book, I could do a fantasy Mesoamerica, so conquistadores, right? You're bringing
Yeah.
your Western characters into Mesoamerica to cause stuff, and then the juxtaposition is that yeah, no, let's go full on Inca and Aztec with it. Let's do full on massive blood sacrifices. And when they're like, well, why? It's like because Mesoamerica is really hot, so we'll introduce monitor lizards. We'll have Komodo dragons in Mesoamerica worshipped as gods, right?
Right.
So it's like okay, your adventurers are captured. You are taken from the ball court because you survived to the step pyramid, and you are thrown in. And it's like, what's in here? What's in the step pyramid? It's like at the bottom of the step pyramid, there's a blind, insane Komodo dragon that wants to eat live prey, that they feed and worship, so that it does not become angry and consume the city, because it is the living manifestation of Coatl. They didn't want to do that. They didn't think that was good enough. Fuck those people.
Oh boy, guess what? I just got from oh boy, here we go. I'm going to show you. This is just
Here we go.
everybody's
Here
about
we
to get
go.
right. Here we go is right. It's absolutely right. We're going to go here
Let's go, Brandon.
to my share tab. Here you go. To, and I'm going to show discard this. Okay, here we go. So, check out Salt as well. Nice plug for tactic players and don't play it. Pretty simple solution. Even better, let's not promote BS. Here we
What
go.
what BS?
Chalt. Let's
I
not
mean,
promote Chalt.
I mean, we
So,
are we are 4 hours in. This is a waste of time. What are we doing?
There we go. In the words of Jim Cornette, thank you, fuck you, bye.
No. Oh
Yep.
God, no.
Slow, slow your roll there, pal.
While you were dealing with that, I did a dumb because I haven't looked at my Twitter today.
Oh boy.
And tonight on the Gospel of Comics, come by and listen to the Gospel of Comics, guys. One of our subject talking points is going to be, quote, Dungeons and Dragons to require cultural consultants for every release following Spelljammer Hadozi controversy.
Yeah, that was something I covered just a little while ago, which I was like, I think the prevailing consensus on this channel, at least for the time being, was they wouldn't need all these they wouldn't need all this if they just went with what Weiss and Hickman wrote. Let the players figure it out. Thank you very much. Oh, well, that takes that out of the fucking equation. There we go.
See,
Next.
I stand by when the Hadozi come up as a concept. I grew up watching Pirates of Darkwater.
True. Yeah.
I didn't even realize till it was pointed out to me recently that Pirates of Darkwater has a non-Caucasian cast and is based in not quite sort of fantasy Middle Eastern storytelling. It never occurred to me. I just thought it was a fantasy. I just thought these were people on an alien world and everybody was tan.
Right. Yeah. Like
Right.
I watched a few episodes of it. I thought it was cool. It didn't matter to me that it didn't have white characters in it. Like that
Right.
was not the point for me.
The thing is that you have the first 5 episodes as a mini film, right? And
Hmm.
then you have the regular series, and the regular series ran for 2 seasons.
Right.
And there's a character called Niddler. He is a quote monkey bird. They are monkeys with feathery wings,
Yes,
right?
that I've seen.
They are uh, not necessarily lazy, but they are a species defined by only working hard enough to get food and be comfortable
Yeah.
because they're monkeys,
Right. Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Um, and it is revealed that they are also enslaved. Slavers came to their island, captured their monkey queen, right? And because
Right.
none of the monkey birds want her to be harmed, they have allowed themselves to be press ganged into slavery and sold internationally into various holdings by pirates and local scum, right?
True.
Not only do the main characters lead the slave revolt that sees that undone, right? Which
Right.
includes the monkey birds literally picking up the whips and going, let's get the masters. And holy shit. But there's a later episode where they return to the island of the monkey birds, their home nation, where they're building their new society,
Hmm.
right? And
Yeah.
there is a attempted coup. There's an intrigue by a former slave who is trying to supplant the queen, right? This was a kids show in 1991,
Right.
and
And
it
here and here's something that just popped up. I need to share this one from my Twitter because it's really cool. Let's see what we got here. Present that screen, y'all, because it's coming. And boom, there it is. This is going to be the next one from the Red Room, Knuckles of Steel, Part 2 in the Crime Street Blues series. I'm thinking Sexual Holocaust was Part 1, and you can already tell where it's going.
Foxy Brown,
Or or
Dynamite.
Black Dynamite, even, which this is kind of cool because it plays on black exploitation kind of meeting that wuxia film kind of thing. The black martial artist
Oh
kind
yeah.
of stepping in to save his streets. And I gotta say, I like this cover better than the first one. The first one had like this. I think they're using Mid Journey, so this guy here in the back, he had like the neck of a gi on, and it just faded into his body. I was like,
Uh,
oh, but they apparently updated the cover, which looks really good in
I
my
mean,
opinion.
I mean, if you're a Marvel fan, the obvious answer is you take this, and you make Luke Cage, and
Power
you make
Man, yeah.
Iron Fist,
No,
and you do classic Marvel era
oh,
70s role
that's
playing.
right. Yeah, this could be a nice segue into something like that. Yeah,
Um, and remember, Doctor Doom owes Luke Cage, where my money, honey.
yeah. And I mean, this does look like Power Man right here, like
with a fro.
with a fro. Well, I mean, Power Man sort of had one on a smaller scale.
Yeah, he had the small fro. This is clearly a larger fro. He has more power. Your relative strength is proportional to the size of your fro.
I've been wondering how that's spelled. Neuchitat. Yes, I've been wondering how that's been spelled. I didn't know. And there was also Jitatan Monkey
Titan
Bird.
monkey bird.
Yeah, I love that. And I'm gonna show you like. Well, actually, I can't. I don't. I
Oh,
don't think I downloaded it to
but
the computer.
by
But
the way,
anyway.
since we now mentioned it, it's worth pointing out that actor, the character of Ios, was Hector Alonso. So Latin man playing a non-white character in an animation for children.
Yep.
There are so many Star Trek alumni on that show too.
Right. There were, and another place where Star Trek alumni popped up was Gargoyles, which was
Oh
one of my
yeah,
favorite morning
which
cartoons.
which
Oh my god,
also
I was
which
in high school,
also
and me and two other people that you would never think would hang out were talking Gargoyles every morning.
which also coincide with they both have Tim Curry, which I believe
Yes,
you and I talked about.
yes. But
Although
like what struck me was having Jonathan Frakes as, I think, Xanatos, if I remember correctly, and Marina Sirtis
oh
as Demona.
shit, we
Ah,
gotta again make a note, Wolfgar. You and I have things to work on. We're now a team. We're a cabal. When the Red Room is working on its occult stuff, we need to do an adventure called This Wretched House.
this
Okay,
wretched house.
let me fill in
Sure.
because we were just looking at the black exploitation Wretched verse stuff, and that
Yeah.
reminded me of something I used to do in high school. Used to drive people nuts. There was a student union, and I'd show up
Mhm.
early before class because I could then go to grab the TV room before the video gamers got a hold of it, right? And I'd watch
Right.
Dark Shadows on Sci-Fi Channel.
Oh, wait, are we talking the original 1960s series, or are we
Yes.
talking the? Okay, so you're not talking the nine. Like I
No.
remember as a kid, as a small child, watching the 1960s series. I thought it was awesome. Then they
Oh
came out
yeah,
with the series in the 90s, and I love that
it's
series.
not bad. I've watched
It
both,
is not bad.
but
Ben
here's the thing.
Cross did an excellent job in the role of Barnabas Collins.
But here's the thing. It just occurred to me. It's like you do a Wretched verse version of Collinwood for their horror setting.
That could be set around the same time as Wretched Epoch, because I
Right.
think that was well, actually, no, I don't think that was colonial times because
Well, no,
Wretched
parts of it
Epoch and
were.
Wretched Country
Parts
are
of,
set in the same time period. So in the West, like here in America, we're talking like westward expansion. They would have to set it a
right.
little bit
Well,
before.
no,
Wretched Epoch.
remember, uh, Dark Shadows is modern for the time, so 1960s, right?
Oh,
But
yeah, that's true. That's true.
jumps back and forth in different time frames,
That's true. Yeah,
right?
I keep forgetting that.
So what you do is you do a book called This Wretched House, right? Which
Hmm.
is about occult horror centered in and around a family in a soap opera style in the Wretched verse.
Yeah,
So wretched soap opera.
that would be kind of cool. Now the question is, since it's set kind of between Wretched Epoch and Wretchploitation. I don't know that we really need another core rule book to go with that. I think it would
Well,
definitely need some conversions for the
well,
NPCs,
no, it would be
unless you wanted to set it in modern,
it,
just modern day.
well, no, well. The thing is, if you recall, Dark Shadows also, quote unquote, traveled to 1999, which still looked a lot like 1960. but
That
but
I missed that. I completely missed that part.
it's a much later storyline. Because Dark Shadows went on for like 3 seasons, but it wasn't modern seasoning where it's 13 episodes. It was
Right.
it's like 300, 400 episodes long.
Jeez.
When my mom was much better, and before she passed, obviously, she and I got on. We had physical copy, we have physical media, and we discovered Dark Shadows was on Amazon Prime, right? So mom
Right.
and I started watching Dark Shadows, and we buckled down. We forced our way through all the bad later era seasons. We watched all of Dark Shadows.
Jeez.
um, and at the end, we're like, you know what? The last season's kind of sucked. I know why it got canceled,
Yeah.
but
I mean, the thing about it is, and this is what I kind of got a little bit enlightened by something Kurt Sutter said, because he said if he was fortunate enough for Sons of Anarchy to become successful, he was only going to go 7 seasons, and he said the reason for that was because uh, 7 seasons is kind of a sweet spot for a network, and after 7 seasons, it starts to cannibalize the network worse and worse as it goes. So he wanted to keep it kind of short, sweet, and to the point by the standards of that time. And when Sons of Anarchy wrapped, I remember seeing all these reaction videos to just different elements of season 7. And I thought, yeah, that was it. He really did kind of cut it off right at very, the very peak of it. And then we got the Mayans. I personally still think either a movie or a miniseries of the first 9 would be really, really good. We know how it's going to end, but I think that would be really good. I haven't really gotten into the Mayans yet. I watched a few episodes and thought it was pretty cool, pretty brutal. Like,
yeah,
good grief. They had people getting burned alive, and the first few episodes, I was like, oh wow, this is going to get nasty.
that is the sad thing. I'm always sad when a campaign doesn't work out,
Hmm.
right?
Yeah.
And this was nothing I did wrong. This was players having real life or other problems and basically drifting away because they didn't really have their heart in it. I
Right.
had run Forsaken for a chronicle, and there was a new chronicle starting. I'm like, okay, guys, new chronicle, new story. We're gonna do something different. And in the last chronicle, the Forsaken and the Pure had been at war the entire time. I'm like, we're not gonna do war this time. We've done that conflict. We're gonna do ritual combat. And they're
Hmm.
like, ritual combat? I'm like, yeah, they've decided, look, we don't have to agree, we don't have to like each other, but we have to live near each other. So we're going to establish a ritual conflict system where if we have to settle things, we have champions fight it out. And
Right.
everyone's thinking, oh, so like fight pits and stuff. I'm like, no, no, no. We're going to do this interesting. And they're like, okay, how are we going to do this? I'm like, street racing. What? Yeah, it's street racing. But there's an added element. They're like, okay, what's that element? I'm like, so the spirit world is broken. The wall between the worlds is thin, and on the back roads of Western Washington, if you go at the right time of night, you can cross from reality to the spirit world and back.
Yeah.
Right. So what you're going to do is you're going to street race on the back roads of Washington State in our county, right? Uh, and you're going to jump from reality to the spirit world to reality to the spirit world to reality to the spirit world, which means that you can in fact have this situation where somebody's sitting in traffic doing their thing, whatever, and suddenly a car out of nowhere that was not in traffic a minute ago goes tearing by and disappears in front of you, right?
Yeah.
But here's the trick to make it fun. You have to maintain, quote, the masquerade, the herd must not know,
Right.
but the bits in the spirit world are no holds barred. So these aren't just racing cars. These aren't just fancy, like, oh, look, it's a car. No, these are cars with spikes and knives and guns, and they're reinforced with armor because werewolves are expected to fight off the back of them.
Yeah.
And I was like, come on, guys. Mad Max in the modern day with werewolves with spirit magic. It'll be great. And people were like, yeah, okay, Joe, I guess. And they did not go for it. And I was like, oh, oh.
Yeah,
You'd go for it. You
yeah,
would go for it.
I would. I would definitely go for it. So, but anyway, I think this is a good place to kind of call it a day. We've gone over 4 hours, and I, just kind of like recapping what anybody might have missed. We've had, definitely rest in peace, Kevin Conroy and Gallagher. Both, I know they were staples in our younger years.
I
World
mean,
was a much poorer
I
place
have
without them.
I have one question.
Yeah.
Will Gallagher's funeral involve splash guards and hammers?
That I would certainly hope so, because it's like Gallagher said. I still remember he had a watermelon set up. He had that sledgehammer cranked back and ready to come down, and then he just drops it and he goes, "Listen, people, I don't want to end my show with a mass of stupidity. I want you to respect me for my mind." And then he pauses for a minute and he goes, "Yeah, you see how stupid that sounds?" And he goes, "But I might do it as an encore." And he grabs that hammer, he wields it back, and bam, watermelon everywhere. I would hope, and this is just me. Now I understand his family is obviously going to be, they're not feeling great about this, obviously, and my heart, our hearts and our thoughts and our prayers definitely go with the families of Kevin Conroy and Gallagher both. If that's not something they choose to pursue, I would understand. But I think personally, a memorial service for Gallagher involving a massive stupidity like the one that he encored his shows with, I think would be absolutely a wonderful way to send him off into the next world, whatever that may be. And I think, it would be a definite tip of the hat to the legacy that he left behind as one of the absolute best prop comics out there, whose popularity absolutely stood the test of time. And I think Rolling Stone needs to go fuck themselves, obviously. That's just me.
What they do?
Oh, let me share the screen. Let me
Okay.
bring it up. I'll share the
Well,
screen.
while you
It's
bring that up, I'm gonna grouse here angrily. I don't know who L is. I know who Just a Passerby is. I don't know who L is. I'm assuming not L from Death Note, but whatever. On his way out, L has commented, "Time to order food. I'll leave you with this thought: Basic is greater than AD&D, and AD&D and its offshoots were made for people without imaginations." Sir, you are entitled to your opinion. Fuck you.
I disagree that AD&D and its offshoots were made for people without imaginations. I'm going to say I agree. I love Basic. I love Basic Expert. I love BECME. And here's the thing: I'm the guy who got started on second edition AD&D because that was my intro. And I think without those, I would never have been introduced to D&D unless we were doing the backwater D&D that we used to do, which was GURPS and Hero Quest.
That's
That's how we ran it before we actually got our hands on official D&D. But I'm going to disagree, because we were, even then, we were still able to imagine plenty of stuff in Mystara and other worlds with the advanced D&D rules. I think the advanced D&D rules were created in order to clarify some rules and things like that. So I'm going
that's
to disagree there, but here's the screen I'm going to share. And boy, oh boy, is this going to be fun.
that's the source of my ire while you're pulling this up. Is I if the argument was just uh, basic is better than AD&D, that's fine. That's an opinion. It's not even a wrong opinion. It's an opinion that can be debated back and forth. But then to add on the and AD&D was made for people without imagination. It's like
that is uh, stirring up a pot for no reason. That is mean.
That,
Because
there's just like, and here's the thing: I prefer to play basic and BX and Back Me and all that now, but I would still play I would still play or run a game in AD&D first or second edition. Would still
well,
do it.
well, that's one of the things. I now that I have OSE, I really hate Thaco because I'm not a math guy,
Mm.
right? But I have it. I'm gonna want to try running it at some point, right? And you're one of the people on the list. If you have the free time, I'll be like, hey, Wolfgar, I'm gonna run some OSE. Do you want to come along with some newbies who may not understand how dark the deep dark gets on when your D&D is uh, low level, Nintendo hard. Uh,
Yeah, my response will be fuck yeah.
yeah.
And
Anyway, so what the
this is what I'm talking about right here.
I mean, again, um, stating he died at 76, fine. Claiming he turned bigoted, that's an accusation without
It's utter
proof.
crap. And what happened was, Gallagher in his acts, there were times where he said stuff like, I'm pretty liberal, but, and he would just point stuff out that was nonsensical to him. Um, I think his politics later came out as leaning a little more conservative, and that's when it was, oh, he's turned bigoted, and oh, he's got racist and homophobic jokes. I would love to see. Let's see, where is it? Give us at least one. And the Sledge-O-Matic, they're right here. The Sledge-O-Matic was satire of consumer culture. They didn't. This was one, and here they spend the entire article doing this. They just wanted the smashing. They didn't care about my insightful satire about buying meaningless things. Okay, so that's Gallagher talking. Never mind. Um, Began to wade in the 90s thanks to his numerous stand-up specials. He successfully embedded himself in pop culture consciousness. Uh, Even Dave Chappelle was spoofing Gallagher on Chappelle's show. I missed that, but I need to find it. Let's
Oh my!
see. Okay, so Gallagher himself was still performing regularly, though. At this time, his act began to take a hard right turn. In 2010, Seattle-based alt weekly The Stranger published a review of the Gallagher show. So they're going off what someone else said instead of being there, describing the comedian as paranoid, delusional, right-wing religion maniac. Uh, the piece documented a set filled with xenophobic and racist jokes, including several directed at then President Barack Obama, as well as a plethora of homophobic bits. At one point, Gallagher even reportedly, allegedly, encroached on serious white supremacy territory, proclaiming, "We're descended from Anglo-Saxon Viking tradition." That's kind of right, actually. Let's see. It was jokes like these that Marin pushed Gallagher on during their interview a year later. Gallagher defended his act, insisting his jokes were neither racist nor homophobic, and rebuffed Marin's assertion that he was attacking gay people. It's one area of our society. It's one area of our society that's sensitive, can't take a joke, Gallagher claimed. And what I'm making jokes about people who don't complain. And I would hate to use this particular example, but I'm going to. Um, Carlos Mencia once did an entire series of jokes on gay people, and he said, "Hey, gay people, don't boo me. If you can take a dick, you can take a joke." And I was like,
Nice.
"Well, that's that's
Um,
actually kind of true."
yeah,
But
that's awful, especially the disingenuousness of the. And he even courted white supremacy by saying we're descended from an Anglo-Saxon Viking tradition. It's like context of the joke. What's the
yeah,
context of the joke? I'm sure that's not where he stopped the comment, but that's where you
pretty much,
stopped
yeah.
your quote.
Yep. There's probably a whole lot more said in that interview than we're privy to, and just And the thing is, here's the thing: I read from a Fox News article where they didn't mention any of this. Not one of these, well, his act turned homophobic and xenophobic and blah blah blah, and oh, he's an islamophobe. They didn't mention any of that. What they did was they stuck to, Gallagher, prop comic. He's passed on, you know, died surrounded by his family. That was it. That was as far as it needed to go. So that's why I'm saying,
Right.
fuck you, Rolling Stone.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, Rolling Stone has not been a record of repute for what it claims to be about for decades.
That's true.
But they don't need to prove it every so often.
Well, Rolling Stone. It's better to keep your mouth shut and have everybody just kind of suspect you're a group of idiots rather than publish that and confirm it.
I mean, that's from the Hummable by abstraction. It's in the words of the High One right there. The man who hears much and says little is believed to be wise. The man who hears little and says much is known to be a fool.
Yes. Yeah. And I think the Cowboy Havamal actually had something for that. I love the Cowboy Havamal because it puts those quotes, or at least the most grounded of it, into Western dialect. So you're going to get sort of that cowboy mentality out of it, and it's
Right.
It's absolutely awesome. And I want I know there's an audiobook. There's an audiobook of Jackson Crawford reading the Poetic Edda, which has the Cowboy Havamal in it. But I just want one thing and one thing only, and that's Sam Elliott reading the Cowboy Havamal. Just that. You give me that, I pay it. You could just name your fucking price. I will pay it. I will totally go for
Okay.
that.
What if we can't get Sam Elliott, but we can get Chris Christopherson?
Ooh, you know what? That would be, again, name your price. Don't go getting too goddamn smart now. Oh, as a matter of fact, hold on. Before we close out, I've got to do at least a couple impressions, and then we'll see how that goes. But I am definitely good. I've got a copy of it, and I'm going to be pulling it up like right now on my Kindle. I'll do a couple of. We'll get the.
Well, while you're pulling that, I'm just gonna throw out real quick. Just passing by. I wasn't calling you out. You good? You on the good boy list?
And let's see. All right, so the Cowboy. Oop. Boy, Kindle is touchy.
If you do this really good, you're gonna get called on to do readings. You're gonna have to start doing audiobooks.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, totally. I would do it too.
Oh, mind you, I'm terrible in it, and this was under my old setup. I'm sure my mic is bad. But did you not heard about what we did on the Gospel of Comics?
You know what? I said, fuck Kindle. I'll just grab my hard copy here. I bought this book in 3 formats. That ought to tell you how good it is.
Well, while you're grabbing it, on the Gospel of Comics, we did a dramatic reading of the leaked script for the Powerpuff Girls live-action TV show.
Oh, wow.
It was hilarious. It was the best.
Right, let's see. In a nutshell, the word Havamal, poetry, pronunciation, which they do have pronunciation in here, which is kind of cool, I think. Oh, wow. Okay. Let's see. Havamal, commentary on the Old Norse text. The Cowboy Havamal's on 161. Let's go to 161, and we are here. All right. So here we go. I'm gonna give one of my favorite passages, stanza 5, and I'm gonna give it to you in Chris Christopherson. Then I'm gonna give it to you in Sam Elliott. All right. So
okay.
Here's Chris Christopherson. You ought to have a damn sight of learning before you step outside that door. It's a lot easier to stay at home, but no one will listen to you if you stay there. That's Christopherson. All right. I'm damn sorry I got old on you, Blade. All right. Here's another one of my favorites. People's approval ain't nothing you need. Half the time it ain't true. Just be sure you think you're right and that you're comfortable in your own skin. That's all you can count on. All right. So number 5 and number 8. This is Sam Elliott now. You ought to have a damn side of learning before you step outside that door. It's a lot easier to stay at home, but no one will listen to you if you stay there. And people's approval ain't nothing you need. Half the time it ain't true. Just be sure you think you're right and that you're comfortable in your own skin. That's all you can count on. All right, so now you tell me which one of those celebrities would read this better. It's hard. It's a hard call.
I think Sam Elliott has the more soothing, more genial voice of the two, but
the ASMR would totally go to Sam Elliott.
Right. But Chris Christopherson has the solid warrior voice. For I am old warrior, and you will hear this.
Right. You know what? And here's something Cal put up there. I think this is a good one to close out on. The development of the D&D game led to some restrictions as things were nailed down. However, many always change stuff. And I think we're speaking more toward the table than the the company itself. And here's the thing. Still, even then, it's still your table, your rules. You can throw out what you don't need, put in what you do. That's the essence of every RPG out there. That's there's as you pointed out to me one time, there's the game that's written and then there's the game that's played.
Right. And I mean that's how you identify the non-games. Is non-games are structured tours that don't lend themselves to alteration. Either because they fall apart if you change any of the pieces, like they no longer function properly, or they only give you instructions for what you are supposed to do exactly. Right? A true RPG, a real RPG, a man's RPG, very much leans heavily into here's some tools. Feel free to make alterations. I miss when that was the intent of D&D 5.
And this is why, like with Wretched is the New Black, I know a lot of the adventure settings tend to be a little bit on the linear side for the Wretched verse, but that's fine because it does work. They are adventure settings. They are. I don't really call them campaigns because they're not really all that long enough. But I really want Wretched is the New Black to be more of a campaign, and you can do. And I want it flexible enough to where you can do a one shot or you can use it as part of something else in the especially in Retchploitation. If you wanted to use Knuckles of Steel and then make a side journey off to Caldwell because someone's in there that they have information, then that becomes a thing you can do, and then you can back out of it. So there's a little one shot there. Alternately, you could take that character and build around that character and explore that little society within a society, and that's really the aim of it.
Well, you do a book called Wretched vs. Advanced Villainy, which is the DMG, like the AD&D DMG for the Wretched verse. How do you run long-running campaigns and suggestions on various ways to do things in new systemery to do interesting stuff. In a agnostic context, so they can be used in any Wretched setting anywhere.
Right, exactly. So this really is. I think this setting will kind of lend itself more toward the GM than it will the player. But then again, I don't think like the player can still read the book, and there's not going to be a whole lot given away, except maybe the map and where everything is. But and that's something else I'm still working on. I'm still trying to figure out a layout for this prison. So, just something I need something that makes a lot of sense. And there's a lot that goes into a prison. Like, come to think of it, just the one I worked in, which was kind of small, Like you could run from one end of the compound to the other in about maybe a minute or two, and we're talking like flat out sprinting.
Well, I mean,
But
look around on the internet, find a real world prison layout, and then scrub all the identifying materials from it.
oh,
It's
believe me, that's something I've been absolutely trying to do. And Danny posted a bunch of like a few prison layouts to Twitter, and he's like, "I'm blaming Raven for this." I was like, "Yep, I'll take it. I'll take it. It's fine." I got to go back and look because he had some pretty good layouts, and some of them I even thought of. So I'm like, might go with that. But this is a place out in California, so I am kind of looking for, because I mean everything is a little different. If you have a kind of a densely populated area, the shape of it is going to be much different than like a federal prison in Chicago that's literally located in Chicago is going to look like a big tower,
right.
whereas one that's kind of out in the middle of nowhere, it's flat land. It's going to be like ADX Florence, for example, is going to be like spread out because they've got practically nothing but desert out there. It's like how are you going to survive if you jump out of that?
You make a pseudo fantasy prison called the Octagon.
Well, to be honest with you, the like uh, FCI Stonewall is completely fantasy. It's not real, and it's set in the redwoods of California, near a fictional town called Caldwell. So, but I do need to get to work on that. So, I think we'll call it here. Any parting comments
it's
before we go?
it's only taken 36 minutes and 4
Only
hours
taking
for you to
36 minutes
close
to close this out. Yeah,
um
only 36.
no, not really. I mean, you and I just spammed out a whole bunch of ideas
Did we
for
ever?
free to the internet forever.
Well, it depends on how long people have watched, and how far they're willing to go with us.
But in about 6.5 hours, the Gospel of Comics will be on. We're on Tumble now as opposed to YouTube, although I'm sure our recordings still get uploaded to YouTube later. I don't know. I'm not the primary host. I don't know if we're gonna get canceled or delayed for anything. But I mean, the guys want to talk about Wakanda forever.
Yep.
Oh boy.
Here we go.
Oh boy. And you of course are welcome again, Wolfgar. Although you were here for 4.5 hours, I suspect you're done streaming for the day.
Probably in because I've got to be up for work in the morning, so I can't really stay up too late tonight.
Exactly. But other than that, I mean, check out the Gospel. Everybody is welcome. You can come listen to us ramble about games and comics, and comic movies.
All right, and closing out, I'm just going to say, ladies and gentlemen, whoever's watching this, love you all. Take care of yourselves and each other. Always play what lights you up, and as always, play on.